Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be starting a new game here because the game we currently have is a little bit scuffed. Here in Dominion 6, for kind of the main nation we want to practice on, which is Pyrene, but I thought we'd also maybe try something else out. So just to quickly kind of go through it, we do have a poll on the YouTube, but because I don't really have that strong a preference, we have Pyrene, who we have been primarily playing as. So if people want kind of more of something where they're following what's going on, especially for the people who are maybe coming from a different kind of background. These guys, flexible, they have really big giants with good paths for buffing, so having the mages get some items and then get in there and rumble in combat is something we can do. Something that we kind of have a strength in. We have some disadvantages in that we don't have scaling through astral and blood. Increasingly, I'm thinking that being underground is kind of an advantage, but you have really weak expansion, and so these guys are an underground nation. But big hit point pools, good paths for casting buffs. In particular, Earth, Nature, and Water, I think, are kind of the best ones, and these guys have all of those. Have some poor leadership, do have a little bit of an eco bonus and the cheaper infrastructure. Then we have Kailasa, who are inspired by Hindu mythology. The Pyrene is by Basque mythology. And these guys in particular have recruit anywhere sacred troops, so we can buff those up. They have really strong summons. They have an incredibly weak early game, so a lot of it is about managing them, or managing that. We have played a little bit with that. And then we have Niefelheim, which to me looks like a nation that I'm kind of interested in just in general. They have radically different paths, so I'm going to be really unsure how to play this. Hey, Happy Chef, how's it going? But in particular, they have also really big giants, and so they will be reasonable at getting in. I suppose we could play Musfahheim. We do have a Musfahheim game already started that is somewhat reasonable, but they do have blood scaling, and they also have glamour, and I kind of like glamour as a magic path. I think it's a little bit more subtle. But these guys, we wouldn't have like the really cheap equipment boosters, this type of thing for forging equipment. So kitting these guys out may be a little bit harder, a little bit more expensive than as Pyrene. But they do have recruitable sacred giants who are quite strong, and so probably would center around that. And maybe even we could, if they win the poll, because it looks like you guys are kind of feeling Niefelheim, we could maybe run off versus Musfahheim. Because it's very, very similar. We already have a game cooking with Musfahheim, but Musfahheim also gets these guys. And that's kind of the thing I'm most intrigued about. These guys are a lot more fire mage oriented with their capital recruits, but then get these guys with the heat scale orientation rather than the cold. And then the last one we are going to take a look at is Somatia. Where are they in the thing? There we go. The Amazon Queens. And in particular, this one is a lot different. Is it true you recorded some dominions? And if so, well, what is truth? Did I have misnamed the stream? Something other than... Is the stream misnamed back to the... Something to do with truth? Because we streamed that. Okay, no, it's not. I have recorded a nation overview, turns 1 through 10 of the multiplayer, turns 11 through 16 of the multiplayer, and currently it's turn 20 in the multiplayer, and then after finishing turn 21, we'll have that as a video. So going to have 4. Was in reference to the chair stream? Yeah. But after that, we'll have 4 completed episodes of Dominions. But I think I'm spending way too long per turn. Just in general. Chair emote would be cool. Let's write that down. I've been meaning to add new emotes. I want to add one that just says big nice and chair emote we could do. Okay. These guys have really good scales troops. The horse tattoos will give a bit of invulnerability, which is nice because we don't have a way to... These guys don't have earth magic. And earth magic gives you access to buffs that give natural protection, which doesn't stack with invulnerability, so that is quite nice. There's some interesting scripts you can do with mobile archers as well, where you can bait aggro units depending on what their script is, and then just kind of run away. So kind of keen on that. A little bit to some extent. So they have these guys. As their sacreds, they have cavalry, which we haven't played around with too much. Either riding a lizard or, alternatively, riding a lizard. These guys are in the capital only guys. I remember when I played with these guys specifically, I didn't even like them as much as the Oiropada, so we just recruited Oiropada out of the capital. When we played with these guys back in 5, this was my go-to nation in Dominions 5, but I haven't played them in forever. Actual Dominion 6 gameplay or spreadsheet stream? We could also work on the spreadsheet. We could vote that. We could do Nephilheim and Musfahheim work on the spreadsheet. We don't see any more votes coming in. The truth is, less people are interested in watching Dominions. But for these guys, we get a lot of death magic, but we have the blood magic for the scaling. I kind of don't like that their mages overall feel a little bit weak. I do like Combat Caster on these guys. And so what ends up happening is we kind of just spam a whole bunch of these guys. Their maintenance, I think, 94. Kind of okay for the research rate for the maintenance. I know one of these guys is a little bit better, I think. Not this guy. But we get access to blood and astral. Is this guy the good researcher? Yeah. This guy's the kind of pretty solid researcher. Soothsayer, 90% to roll Astral 1, so he will also be a good researcher as well. Probably the more spammable guy, but we don't have... It's kind of almost the inverse of Pyrene. We're not going to be building up a thug guy, we're going to be leaning on our troops, and just completely different. I feel like the people that actually watch for the Dominions and stick around would be the same for the spreadsheet. Where can we vote? On the YouTube. Because Twitch doesn't let you do votes that are, like, there's a time cap on the votes. And we've had the vote up this entire time. The vote is between Pyrene, Kailasa, Sarmatia, Niefelheim. And I suppose maybe we'll run off for working on the Dominion 6 spreadsheet. As usual, yeah. You can't... Twitch's voting infrastructure is not... It's actually a little bit better, but you can't just run a poll for, like, forever. Like you can on YouTube. And the Massive Hydra thing is, like, also very interesting. They have Poison Cloud 8, but there may be ways to script them that avoid killing all of our troops. And this would be a little bit of a challenge. I think it's mildly gimmicky, though. Limited recruitment, too. Mildly gimmicky because... I think players will be able to figure out good ways to handle these relatively well. I think under Surroundable, doesn't that give like a patrol bonus? Could maybe use these guys for patrolling. They're really expensive though. Yeah, 160 gold upkeep a a turn. So we have 1 vote for Pyrene. Let's maybe make a runoff vote. So Pyrene, Nephilheim, Musfahheim, and work on the spreadsheet. Musfahheim is very similar to Niefelheim, except for their fire at their top end instead of cold at their top end, in terms of the giants. And so we will not be playing Kailasa or... The other option is, of course, spreadsheet. We're going to start looking at... we don't have a pretender for Niefelheim. So we're going to start looking at what that might look like. We know that we are going to... We prefer cold scale 3s, so we know that whatever we do, we're going to want to max out cold scale. I wish that this showed discount. We do get a discount on this guy. If these guys are anything like Musfahheim, we really didn't feel the need for someone who's awake. I don't know what their starting site is. I wish this would show you what it did. Ivy Lord 3. Don't think Vineman would be what we would want exactly. The growth scale intrigues me a little bit. We don't have cheap researchers, so the additional magic scales maybe not. This is maybe going to be slightly underwhelming. Do have this guy. Relative to the normal stuff we have going on, we're gonna need enough stuff to recruit our guys. Why don't we take a look at... what we did from Musfahheim, because I think we'd probably want something similar. I think we did the Musfahheim stick. No, that's not what we did. No, we did this. But we changed to heat scales, and then felt that we needed a lot of resources here. And then we had like soothsayers or whatever, so felt that we could go chaos. Okay, so Niefelheim's still winning, getting some more votes though. But yeah, the fortune teller made us want to kind of throw that scale a little bit. But we were inclined to take larger, but then we took regeneration fortitude. And regeneration fortitude requires a lot of earth magic. We do have the monolith, which I don't think we had with Musfahheim. Kind of like the monolith. Growing a little bit used to it. Don't hate the idea of Great Mother. Because then we have the paths we want. And if we do regeneration fortitude, something like this, we're kind of in the right spot, and then go dormant. But we would want, I think, 8. I think weird stuff happens if you get into Dominion 4, so I think that we can't even throw that scale. Hey TY, how you doing? We are currently polling on the YouTube, because YouTube lets us run a poll for longer than 5 minutes, on whether we want to play Musfahheim, which we're working on a new pretender for, Pyrene, who we're playing in the multiplayer, so practice would be okay for that, Musfahheim, which doesn't look like they're doing very well in the poll, and also the option of working on the Dominion 6 spreadsheet. I don't think we need what she's selling, though. Like, she's giving us a really big chassis that can kind of be... We don't need the chassis, because we have kind of access to that type of thing. Generally, we prefer the magical paths on this. And then... I don't think we have access to any astral. Or we do. Just thinking we're concerned about getting mind hunted if we lower the astral too much. We also don't have to take fortitude regeneration. God, how did we afford all this last time? I guess we threw the scales a little bit more. I just know that you get issues if you have 4. I just don't know how we paid for all this. So... you can vote on the YouTube. Where's the option for Total War 3 Kingdoms? I honestly wouldn't mind playing Total War 3 Kingdoms. Even installed. This is kind of the day where just playing what we want to play. But Total War 3 Kingdoms kind of sounds sweet. I think if there's... We don't have it downloaded. Hey, Graph Zeppelin, how's it going? Let's show what we were trying to show here. Which is an extreme cold, kills pop people, adding pop growth exactly penalty like this, extreme heat. 4 points of cold is just as deadly as 2 points of death. Some cultures know how to cope with this. Oh, maybe it's not too bad. Maybe we can do this. I thought we could do this, but we want to have like up to 8. How the hell did we afford all this? It's so wild. What the hell? Well, we didn't afford all of it. What did we do? One of these is the right one. It's not that one. Let's delete that. A little bit of hygiene. Okay, so here's the Musfahheim game we were playing. What are our scales? Okay, so we have death scale. And also drain. Drain 1, death 1 by the looks of it. That's how we afforded everything. I don't really know the game plans for these guys. Whoa. And we could have gone drain too. Kind of don't like this, but okay. So maybe you don't have to throw the scales this hard, but kind of weird breakpoint. I guess the Earth Booster is not going to be that valuable to us. Maybe you shouldn't even worry about it. Like the fact that I'm sure there's some forging consideration that makes us want to take a cross path here. I just don't know. A cross path. We could take a cross path or one more astral. One more astral, I guess, is a little bit more flexible. And then we could go regeneration, fortitude. I like larger with the giants. What's the plan for the build? Don't have a super strong plan right now, but larger would be nice because we would be able to get better scales if we took larger instead of either fortitude or regeneration. This is kind of what we did with Musfahheim. I feel like there's like a macro thing in terms of multiplayer that's like independent of. Let's maybe open something up. But Dominion 6, like, there's a macro strategy going on, I think. And this is kind of true with all strategy games, which is you don't want to look weak and you don't want to look scary. You want to be innocuous. Hey, Ty94, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Thank you for all the content of your stuff. What faction would you like to see play in Total War 3 Kingdoms? What's your favorite? I'm like a sucker for the history. And I really like Liu Bao. Like, in Three Kingdoms games in general, so I almost don't care what the bonuses and stuff in game are. I can't remember what they are even. I think Liu Bao has a little bit more of a slower eco-type bonus, and that's actually also just generally something I'm a fan of. No, we wanna... It's being fiddly. Okay. We'll just, like, make a few bullet points. You don't want to appear too strong. You don't want to be spooky. Because you get dogpiled. You don't want to look weak. Dogpiled. And as a consequence... you don't want to have phases of the game as a consequence of above. You don't want to have phases of the game that are polarized. If you're super spooky early game, right, you will rustle people's jimmies and then they will band against you. If you get really big early game, you run the risk of people thinking you're running away with the game. And so if you have a really strong early game bonus and a bad late game, you have to convert that early game bonus into a long-standing advantage. As you do this, you run the risk of being spooky. Strong late game runs the risk of people wanting to deal with you while you're weak. And so, just as a general kind of principle of multiplayer strategy that is being balanced by the nature of multiplayer. And I feel that the scaling in general on like this fortitude regeneration thing is better. It's skewed. What we have here is very skewed towards the early game, I think. Where we're throwing our scales quite strongly as the game changes nature and we become more oriented less around units and more around mages. Especially these mages that aren't even sacred. This means pretty significant lower income, not just because we have lower income, but because death. And so we have to convert a big advantage in the early game to justify this. How's the multiplayer going? The multiplayer seems like it's going pretty good. It's turn 20 and I'm not dead. Trying to be active in the Diplo. I don't have any player wars that are currently let's call it like online. I don't share a border with anyone who we're attacking each other. And so I think I'm doing pretty good. I think I am not falling behind on resources. I think another player is about to get eliminated, so I will not be the first one out. Taking slowing weapons is really good. Also, Unbearable Splendor. It's honestly OP. Unbearable Splendor. Isn't that, like... Unbearable Splendor is really expensive. And as you transition more magic... Yeah. Oriented. But with larger, if we took larger instead of... The thing is... Which of these is better for us? I guess probably regeneration. Because we're less likely to get one shot. So we could go larger, and then we could lose some of this. Could even lose a big chunk of it. Because I feel like most of our mages aren't sacred except for this guy. And then this would refund quite a few points here for us. In terms of what we could do. Who is our research guy? Wait, these guys are cap only. Are these guys cap only too? Oh, she's not cap only. So this is one of our researchers. And so we don't mind drain too much. I think. But I really like the idea. I actually really like growth as a scale. Hey, Liam. Taking slowing weapons is really good. Oh, I think we already read that. In general, I kind of don't like the slowing or the weapons bless on our troops. Because we don't have, we're not going to get to, I'd rather have chill aura, I think. He has super free eco building, I think. He has super good free eco building. For Liu Bao, yeah. What if your long-standing advantage is gaining land? Well, that lengthens... it is preferable to have the same income with a smaller amount of land than it is to have, like, more land, because it lengthens the distance everyone has to travel. And it also makes you look scarier. Like, people, when evaluating power level of other people, they go Oonga Boonga. And they just look at how much territory they have. And so having 2 provinces worth 50 and 1 province worth 100, 1 province worth 100, from the perspective of multiplayer, is a lot better. Because the way people evaluate. You have super thugs with the Niflhorde, and you could do super communions with the shapeshifter plus hag. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I wanted to try her, is the what is it, turbo communions with her and scaling well into the late game. But that's not as dependent on us having fortitude. Or fortitude's not helping us there. Right? But what would help us get more hags is more income. More gold income. And here, we have a lot more scaling income. Like, this gives you like 1% income, but also after 20 turns or 25 turns, it's like 10% more income. It's not immediate, but in terms of the eco scaling of pop growth is insane. For Giants, extra armor is better than fortitude because the issue is being swarmed. Yeah. And then they, like, pink, 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 or hit your defense. But yeah, just getting some equipment on them, some prot, and then some regeneration. What's really nice is only speaking for Niefelheim is Woven Winter and Ill Winter, if I recall correctly. Oh, those are spells. I'd be into Chill Aura, maybe. These guys have Chill Aura already, though. I don't know if it even stacks. I think they already have it. Yeah. Question is would it be better to maybe do like this type of thing? I think no. I think we'd rather just have the big astral path. I don't know. People seem pretty convinced that going for one less candle was bad. Going for 7 candles. I'm kind of into this, though, to be honest. These guys are super resource heavy. More Chill Aura only increases range, both spells. Good synergy with Chill Aura is Fate Weaving. What do the Resident Dominions players think of killing a candle for this? But I think I'm just generally more into the, I don't think the Fortitude scales as well as Larger does. Because Larger's allowing us to take a lot more scales, because we don't need to pump this up to 7. And I think pumping it up to 7 is like really expensive. Those guys could do blood communions too. And these guys are gonna have regeneration, so are the blood communion guys. Regeneration also, on these really high health guys, is good if we have them as communion slaves and they fatigue out. Although this is like a large investment for a communion slave. I suppose everything's a large investment. I don't know, I want to be able to pay more upkeep. I don't want, like us expanding out with really, really spooky of these guys. Or sorry, these guys. And then their upkeep's honestly not that high, but how many of your sacred troops do you think you can pump out? Let you know how many candles you want. Well, these guys cost 2 holy to recruit. I think we can make use of 8 candles. But in the long term, we will get more candles from temples anyways. You have 4 masters and 2 of them as slaves? Yeah. That would work. Don't we have, like, the werewolves, though? That, like, get, like, 50% regeneration? Are we even committed to larger? I mean, larger is one of the better combat things. Gets us up to size 10 as well. Our HP won't be as nice, but larger plus regeneration I actually just also really like, because we'll regen 7 health a turn, because it rounds up with this, but if we take larger, we'll get an additional 23 health. We'll go up to 91 health, and we'll regenerate 10 health a turn. I'd take shock res. Okay, okay. Shock res instead of larger. What else, then? Or way more scales. Something like this. Are we weak to shock? Yeah, okay. Okay. The thing is, I don't want to... If we dump larger, which we can, I'm not sure exactly where we go from there. But maybe that's me... We could go recuperation. If we wanted to rake back some points. Recuperation is... I think good on giants. They tend to live. And then we could do this and get this. I think shock resistance is the type of thing that scales really well. We could also go poison resistance. We could also abandon Sticky McStick and go for this guy, or even this guy, who the bitch queen, who would be better for site searching. New paths are 10, and we could get more bless points, and we just have to get 1 up to 7. Okay. But we could go for a bunch of resists. Blood Bond also works for all damage not physical, and regeneration already reduces affliction rate and counters poison. You're right. Okay. So we could take Sticky McStick. With something like this. I'm not sure how much we value luck over the raw income. Do we want gem income or do we want... I think Niefelheim... Let's see what they have for... Let's see what they have for heroes. And I guess now we probably know what's people are feeling on the votes. Niefelheim's still winning. So this is probably what we're doing. But yeah, regeneration beating poison makes sense. We could get fire res as well. Cold res we probably don't need. For whatever reason, the website doesn't want to open. I kind of still like larger and regeneration too. Regenerating 10 a turn sounds so nice, and larger on these guys would not round. I don't think it rounds up, so that would put us up to 49. So we'd regenerate 5 a turn. These guys would regenerate, holy shit. These guys would regenerate 11 a turn instead of 8. You're also weak to Soul Slice, so Magic Res is good. Sorry for too much backseat. No, it's good. It's good. Could take Magic Res. Drain Scale helps with that a little bit as well. If we're fighting in our own dominion. Being able to afford priests and temples is useful. Why don't we take a look at... I'm going to save this as Nephilstick with 5 points remaining. And let's take a look at what we can do with the werewolf. Because I think I like regeneration. That's not something we can cast on ourselves early. And I think that that's kind of the thing that's going to scale the best. I think the other stuff maybe doesn't scale that good, so... It's real expensive for us to take that, though. Just as a starting point. Oh, maybe this is a non-starter. Because we had, like, positive scales in the aggregate. Oh, no, we didn't. And what, we're supposed to somehow get a ton of bless points like this? Yeah, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. Soul of Fenrir is interesting. Maybe. I guess we want air. Maybe Idol of Men makes more sense if we want... We can cast astral stuff through our communions. And with this, we'd be able to... do something like this. Huh. I don't hate this. I'm kind of into this a little bit. I think this might be more interesting. Just like 1 point off. To make all the points work nice and fancy like. We also have Drain. Maybe we don't need... No, but magic resistance makes sense. Take multiple points of magic resistance. I guess Arcane Command is... I don't actually mind low light vision. I think having the flexibility to go below ground is kind of nice, and with low light vision, we can also... We have access to death. We can cast Darkness as a bit of a game plan. So, not super in your face as a bless. It's very utility. We did manage to have larger and shock resistance, but not with as good scales as we have here. What happens if we do this? Now we can't get to... Well, I mean really not as good scales. If we can go production too. And then we get to spread our shit scales to other people as well if we build a bunch of temples. Or what will be shit for them, which is like the drain plus the cold plus the turmoil. And play a game just to see how many Giants you can get. Yeah, so if we could refund one of these points, it'd be nice. You get shock resistance from Resilience to Earth. It's cheaper if not to add the air path. Oh, I'm a little bit behind. But you're right. Ooh, I do like Resilience to the Earth. We would have to add Earth on top of this guy though. It doesn't work as well for this guy. The problem is, yeah, going up to that high bless count is expensive, so we'd have to kill the scale, but this is something we can do. Fire and shock are both the resistances we want. But at this point, with these paths, let's see what the cost looks like for this guy. It's similar. This is 8 for 6, 5, 7. 6, 5, 7. I guess the monolith is cheaper. Oh, this guy we get an extra growth potential though. Oh, and we can't shave anything, really. We can't shave enough. I'd really love to be able to go growth 3. Or it's 6, 4, 7 actually. Let's 6, 4, 7. Now we're not growth 3. Eighth point's really not expensive. I mean, this kind of gets there. Really hate having Astral 3. We get more... We also get 2 misc slots instead of 1. When we were doing Earth Nature, yeah. Does -4 cold, 2 growth cancel out each other, or is it more net points? Well, we don't get bricked by the cold. Because we have a... We prefer cold scale 3. But this I like a lot, because... we will be net resistant to shock. Very cold resistant on all of our guys, basically. We'll be still susceptible to shock with our non-sacreds, I guess. Which I guess is a lot of them. So we'll still be weak to shock. But our sacreds will be good versus... Good resist versus everything, basically. So Nephil tree tests. But the main idea here is I really am pretty keen on the extra growth. And we don't have another way to get extra growth. Oh, wait, we do. It can't possibly be cheaper for us to use her, though. Actually, this might be cheaper to do it like this. We could throw 2 scales, but I don't think she's worth it. Actually, what are we messing about with Astral for? Can we just do this? I mean, do we get anything for having super high nature? I'm trying to rack my brain. If any of our summons scale with this. But I mean, this is super straightforward. I kind of like this a lot. We'll end the poll. People want Niefelheim. You don't open yourself up to duels? That's right. We don't open ourselves up to getting dueled. But we can't move. I don't think. That's the cost here. Do we have any summons that scale with, Hold up. Alright, the webpage finally loaded. I just don't know if any summons scale with having higher stats. Do we get any special summons? Oh, this is hot. What the hell is going on? I don't think we have a way to move inanimates, though. That kind of sucks. We're not inanimate. What is it? What's the thing that makes it so we can't move? Wait, can we move? No way we can move. Dom Inspector is better, yeah. We'll open that. I don't think... Yeah, Dom Inspector probably does have the... What am I doing? Don't I... What is... Oh, I kind of want to exclude pretenders. Okay, these guys are sacred. How big are they? Size 6. That's just 5 guys summoned. Herd of moose. Not sacred. Swath of bears. Interesting, we have these nature magic unique summons. Without nature magic. Is this guy sacred? No. Would be nice if she is sacred. I think she's not. He is, though. Okay, but we can't summon the wolves, so the wolves will benefit from our stuff. Oh, these wolves will be obnoxious, actually. I mean, regeneration hard to kill with AoE, because they're just resistant to everything. Man, I really like... with us already having so much cold res, I really like the resilience of the earth or whatever. Look at Ill Winter and Woven Winter. Okay. %50 of unrest, D4, cold +1 for every X months. Allows recruitment of Nephilheim, but we can already recruit that in every fort. Oh, in every fort. Okay, Illwinter, and then the other one you wanted to look at was Wolfenwinter. Wolvenwinter. Yeah, so we can just freeze everyone out. Mass barksing on the wolves is just sweet. We don't have a way to bark skin. Is this a pun? Is that the idea? Okay. We could continue to do new games. We could use a generic map, or we could continue to start new games with the map we're playing in the multiplayer. I think we want some reps on... Let's do something a little bit more novel. Do the same number of players. What's the hotkey again for... Plus increases the difficulty, yeah. I think that's good. Any last minute changes? Now we're gonna load in and see what it looks like for recruiting Nephil Giants. If we can get away with 7 candlesticks, that's I think what we'll be interested in, because we're funding this will get us Nowhere. Just kidding. There's also maybe a distribution of magic that's preferable to this. But we don't know what it is. I think 65 is what we have. I want to enable score graphs. Disable Cataclysm. Alright. Feeling pretty good about this, especially because we're going to get gem income on the nature from the outset. So this is the site that... Okay. It's not that great. And yeah, we get exactly 4. I think if we threw the sloth scales, we wouldn't be able to do this. We have enough resources. I guess we could maybe throw out 1. Not sure what we'd pay for with the gold, so... Oh, this guy's sacred, but he's not a priest. So we have to either forego like 1-ish turn. I think we profit this guy instead of our scout. Just to smooth out the start here a little bit. Not really sure, but we have enough gold. Like this start looks comfortable. Show how much percentage growth in your cap. Well, you won't get a lot in your cap because as you approach higher population, you have this density bonus. But I guess it's 0.8. I don't know, that's a lot for a capital. I thought the density was going to be more of a penalty. So eventually there's diminishing returns on that, but... Yeah, you can figure it out from there. So here we don't have enough income. So we could maybe afford to throw the candle down 1 or 2. God, I hate that our scouts are so much maintenance costs. I think we're going to expand this way. We're going to want to go south and then to the right. Actually, 57 income. I was just thinking we kind of don't want to just ram it into heavy and light cavalry. Yeah, I think this will be soft for us, so we'll go into this. We have squads of like 6. I guess we get our cap circle a little bit slower. This might have been a mistake. I mean, we just have to keep going. The following turn, we will need someone who is a priest. No matter how we do this. So, should have gone south and then swept to the right. We would have better cap circle stuff. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. Priest. Need him. Slave market's nice pull. As is us getting these guys. How'd that battle go? We lost one Jotun warrior. Yeah, Expo is so smooth with these guys. That's gonna be a nice big chunk of income there. He's stealthy, right? Yeah. Look at that. For scouts, you're lucky if you can get indie scouts. Yeah. Let's look at the kind of the same line of thinking. I mean, I assume we can attack it. Oh, why is it not cold enough, dog? Dog. Why is it not cold enough? But it looks like the holy points actually won't hold us back, so we could go for less. Because I think that, well, these guys don't use holy points. We're used to playing Pyrene, where every single one of our like major recruits is kind of pressuring our holy points. These guys use 2, but every other turn. Guys use 1. I guess this is more of a macro understanding of where do we want our money going? Do we need the extra holy points to get the extra giant investment? And we have a bless that is more of a scaling bless, and the candlesticks are more good late game. Whatever the standard size is also scales how quickly you get the density bonus. Oh, we don't have our stuff spread yet. I'm thinking if we want to with less candles, let's save game and exit. Resilience of the earth, regeneration. Alright, so this is what we had. And so, yeah, the first point isn't going to do anything for us. If we drop 2 points, we could get a scale. But we can't get another path in magic. What we could do, I suppose, is we could open ourselves up to doing like this and get the same amount of bless points, but get a different magical paths. We still also have the problem of we can't teleport these guys. So Dom 6 moving statue. I don't know what the moving immobile. We'll see if there's maybe some way we can make use of this. I don't know why my Google search is freaking slow. Shout out to the layoffs? Why would Google be so slow? Glamour could come in from Troll King Summon Spell. Yeah, so just thinking through this, we can get 3 paths in a... However we think of this, we could swap this for getting 3 paths in a different magic in exchange for the candle. That seems like... I think that we would actually just want the candle, but... I think this would be a lot more impactful if we did 2, then suddenly... No, like, there's not... We can get 4 paths and get an extra bless point, but it seems like 8's kind of just like where everything lines up really nice. I know we can get Astral for teleport, but that opens us up to getting Mind Hunted, which is less of a concern because we'll have our own Astral Mages, so they'll have to random our Pretender through Astral Mages that are sitting on top of him, which makes it a lot more resilient even though we have low Astral, but... Can't get the wiki to open the page, I guess. Maybe it's Illwinter's site is having issues. But I think what we have is probably what we're into. This. Also, just having this Omega huge path is like, oh god, but we can't. Would love to be able to drop him on people. I know if we have Glamour, we can use Glamour to move him, I think. Astral Glamour can protect him. We can't do 2 paths. We can't do 2 paths. A cherry emote would be cool. Wait, why'd that show up there and not on my aggregated thing? The hell? Oh, that thing's just behind visually. Just kidding. Well, the Dom 6 website's down, but I don't think we can use Earth and this to move them. He is immobile, right? Is he just not immobile? He's inanimate. Wait a second, can we move the tree around? Is the map move 0 the issue? Yeah, 0 map move. Okay. Lose a Jotun warrior. I don't think we have Spirit Sight or anything like that. No, we don't. Well, it doesn't matter. It could go underground if we wanted. Farmland will have more income. I think we'll come here. Would a map move let him move? I don't think so. I don't know if there's a bless that just gives flat map move. I think that's like the very significant drawback of those guys is generally maneuvering them is difficult. And that's the cost that you pay. I kind of don't like that our giants aren't in the front, but whatever. I think these guys are size 6, so these guys get to wade through them anyways to get to the front, or displace them. Our guy's not awake yet, so we don't have access to regeneration. We have to keep that in mind, actually. Oh, we lost a Nephil giant. No! Luckily, we kind of have an extra, but... Oh, where's that lightning coming down from? Yeah, that's maybe the issue for us. That's probably the issue. That shit probably really hurts. Alright. Let's do this and then maybe to the left. Wait, how many do we have? Very smooth. Oh, I don't know the difference between all these guys for us. 16 prot, 12, 15 on attack and defense, 11, 12 on attack and defense. We get a broadsword. Here we get a spear. Good for repel. These guys get bodyguard as well. So they will, if they live, be good for that. I don't think we want the hurler. Let's just grab a little bit of extra chaff. See if the wiki is back up. Probably not. Okay, we're just very consistent. Oop. Forgot to do some of this. Womp womp. This is how you get ants, Cyril. Can we just go in with 5? God. I don't know, this is a little bit of a limit test, maybe. I feel like 5 versus 100 won't work, but militias and slingers aren't doing a lot of damage. Like, I don't want to go into the barbs. Could go into the archers. But... let's get rid of this. So now we are smoothish sailing here. Two turns we'll get another expansion squad. The Expo is just super... The expo for these guys is honestly hyper brainless. Like, it's just very clear. Another Cloud Mage, which is kind of not exactly... Whoa! Okay. Okay. Fair. Just saw militias and slingers. I get... How exactly did we die here? I mean, he's a lot of dudes. Oh, did our commander get routed by taking damage? No, we just got swamped. Too many dudes. Alright, that's my bad. Did say we were limit testing before that, though. In my defense. Okay. Oh, and then we get snow move, and we get to move super far. God, this is so... batchin'. Chaka AI is... What? Another Nephilheim's down, but we can expo into this down here. I don't wonder if there's a... Can we see what pretenders we're up against? We won't get contested underground. Let's do it. Can we afford her? We can! So, I guess downsides is we are getting in super slow on research. Alright, let's do this actually. Because we'll have 7 guys next turn. But we, like, 100% don't at all need... We're strong, independent women, and we don't need no man. We probably need to patrol that down. I mean, AI Machaka just failure to launch his here, it looks like. Ko'onis we could definitely fight. And we have a leftover point, so let's just queue up a guy. We could start thinking about first fort. Don't hate here. Here has solid income, and it's also across from Rus. Let's recruit a commander. We maybe... The AI really doesn't like attacking you super early. Chaka manages to expand. Gross, Sinos. I guess we'll get to limit test here, whether these guys can push a Sino or not. Oh, we failed to push into that. Why did we fail? Alright, that we succeed in the Caves of Madness. But we're starting to run out of dudes. We probably could have managed supply lines a little bit better. Alright. So we do cash back in there. And with that extra thing, we will be able to start our fort. This guy will preach, probably, because this guy's going to be picking up the other dudes. He'll pick up these, but how do we lose that in Gifa? They just swamp the backline somehow? Yeah. And then the Giants route. Okay. Some of those guys, were some of them, I don't remember there being this many, also. Are some of these guys stealthy? Yeah, it's a little tougher than I remember. Or, those guys are tough. That was my mistake. We're gonna start searching some magical sites. I think we're gonna head this way. And she'll be eventually able to build a lab here. There's maybe an argument for forting this instead. So we can lab temple, build these things. But Pangaea, we maybe should get some AI mods. This is... like, we could give them more stuff, but then they just get, like, omni, like, triple, quadruple income. The Heart of Quickness is a miscellaneous that gives map move 12 might work. I feel like it doesn't work on them. Also, you don't want to attack in not cold provinces with the Nephil Giants because they got, like, 14 prot when it's not cold. Okay. You go 6-7 candles, you could go for earlier research because less Nephil paying. More forward positioning or 5 Nephil Giga Giants, and then bodyguard attack. The thing we attacked into was cold. But yeah, I guess we could run 6. It didn't feel like we got a lot for 6. We expanded into Sinos. Kinda don't want to touch the barbs, to be honest. A little spooky. They will hurt a lot. There's some mods in Lucid made so that they have decent blesses and builds at least. Yeah, I mean, like, right now we're just gonna kill Machaka, I think. Maybe he can come here. Next turn, build a temple and then preach. She'll start searching for magic sites. We could probably kill 170 ghouls in Skolas. Maybe we get uber swamped. I guess like another limit test here. Community memes is what it's called. I can't explain it with all writing. Got too much. I think I've seen what this mod is supposed to do. Like Lucid's got another mod that makes it so that the AI gets to auto bless everything or something. Because they have a hard time making use of their thing because they don't bless properly. Okay, we don't need that though. These guys aren't going to be very good research per guy. Oh, these are only 300 gold? I mean, not sacred. Old age is maybe a little bit of a bummer. Yeah, shout out to getting old. So, per upkeep, these guys will probably be better for researching. Upkeep was 194. I just hate our research, though. I guess that's the one thing I'm really kind of hating here is the research and the fact that we're going to be soft to a variety of things. Whisper at Your Girl Big Tree has come about. Cave only takes a warrior out. Alright, so now with regeneration and the resistances, we should be really fine. We'll contain Machaca first. Maybe we want to do a little bit of a write-up for these guys as well. Pale ones are super soft, can go into that. I keep forgetting to add. But okay, this expansion feels easy breezy, beautiful. Also, cover girl. But in a macro sense, what's going on here? How are we doing? Got a fort coming up. I guess let's think about the macro next turn. This guy doesn't have much to do but research. This army is immobile. Alright. Very cute. Alright, the wiki finally loaded. Mobile commanders cannot move between provinces, and mobile commanders can only be moved by casting teleports. Okay, so to the drawing board. Let's think through what we're doing a little bit with these guys. Are you playing MP? Yes, but not with this build. Playing MP with Pyrene. I'm thinking Niflheim's got some tools. I don't like that they don't have... The size is a problem. The attack density is a real problem. They don't have... They're gonna do one thing and they don't have that much flexibility. I really wish we had some size 4 guys. Gonna be somewhat reliant on recruiting out decent, what is it, size 3 guys from indies. Let's get this for the unrest reduction. Or might as well do one more point. we say we're gonna peel one more turn? We'll peel one more turn. Oh, didn't even... What are we gonna research here? I'm not sure what we want. Enchantment, maybe? What is the winter spell? I don't think we're getting it anytime soon. I mean, we have quickness. We're not trying to thug with our commanders just yet, though. I mean... I'm thinking of a hey, we could awaken Vinemen with our... That has to be terrible, though. I guess he could do some of these other ones. We have some sacred summons. I'm not sure where we're supposed to go here. Like, I have very little idea. EA Pyrene. EA Pyrene. That's what we're running. But I mean, there's decent size 3 chaff. We could also summon size 3 chaff. Let's actually look at our... I just feel like evocation's probably not awful. Maybe it is. I mean, we want Conjuration eventually, I just don't know if we want it yet. But if the moose are probably bigger than size 3, I don't know if these guys are just bigger than size 3. And then... Because I don't think we want to use a bunch of our scales troops early. Can you share your screen, please? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I was thinking, like, these guys are size 3. These guys are size 3. We need to find, I guess, a solution or a problem we're looking to solve is this attack density thing. But we'll peel another turn, we'll count it up, and then we'll try and think of how we would make adjustments. So we get another Mayan province. You know what's amazing, though? Trogs are not scary at all. Trample nothing, bud. Actually, they still, like, attack that does 20 damage, so they're not actually, but... Long Dead Horseman also might be the thing that, stops us from moving forward. We get an arena here. But, like... Even with Expo, where we lost, like, 2 squads... Okay, barbs are terror, and we can't attack into them. It's good to know. Can't attack into barbs even with regeneration. That's wild. Good luck getting assassinations on these. All right, so the Expo, turn 13, 1 year of Expo. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16, 17, 18, 19. Pretty comfortably. Have 1k income. A fort finishing in like 2 turns? Yeah. This feels pretty good. But would like to be able to teleport our pretender and feel like we could get away with less candlesticks. So let's think a little bit about this. You want to set up the Skelly Spam Turbo Communions. Ah, that does handle size 3 for us. That's right. That's right. Gianor will fatigue the chaff. That's why Spelly Spam is good. Because they'll fatigue out before us. Alright. I kind of do like the tree, though. Let's see if we can make something work. I don't know if the numbers will work. But we're going to be less explosive out the gate than if we had some, like, take less damage type bless. We could maybe go this. A dormant. So we -2 scales, +3 scales, -2 scales. We're even on the scales. Now we have a little bit more gold. Or, oh, we're one short of being able to have it all. Teleport is 2 astral. I kind of think we get mine hunted into the dirt. Okay, we could do this. We could do this. We get regeneration. We're not taking larger, we're taking resilience of the earth. Same cost. Actually. It's kind of cute, but we would get 1 more point of regeneration if we took resilient. If we took the extra HP, because it would round up. On our Nephilheim, I mean, like... I mean... Does it affect anyone else? Is anyone else 1 shy of the breakpoints? Not really. Okay. Maybe we take low light vision. I kind of am more into that. And now we have some astral too. This looks somewhat similar to the stick. The stick would probably be able to get more bless points, but the stick would not have access to growth 3. Control S and Control L to load pretenders. Oh, can we load a save pretender when... Okay, thank you. I didn't know we could load from when creating a pretender. But this we could drop on people. How do we solve the research problem? How do we solve the research problem with these guys? Because we're gonna skelly spam communions. I mean, so far she's our best researcher. She's recruit anywhere. There's Lich Hag. You do different paths. It's interesting. Oh, can you script her to lead a communion and then change shape and stay in the communion? Summon guys who could research is something we would like, I guess. But fundamentally, this might just be like an intractable weakness. We're just going to be slower on all the tech. Here, I'll move her to the side so you guys can see better. Actually, let's zoom out a little so there's a little bit more space. Actually, maybe you guys like the zoom in. We just don't have a lot of space to work with here. Monument if you want to drop it. We could drop the growth a little bit. You want the shapeshifters as the slaves? Yeah, these guys go werewolf, and then... Oh, our sacreds? Okay, so regeneration, we super want on these guys. Because that allows us to turbo communion. Got it. And I can random a music, but path boost -1 all is the floor 1. We still have this research problem though. Then you can cast regen on the master and it applies to all the slaves. Yeah. How do we cast regen though? That's nature. Or is there a blood spell equivalence? But yeah, I know whatever she casts, the other guys are gonna get. And so like this is the turbo communion thing is like what we're getting value. For those of you who are a little bit less Dom 6 involved, you can have the mages link up and use each other, and what's gonna happen is that the slaves, which would be the werewolves we'd use as the slaves, they get really fatigued. But this boosts the path of magic of the leaders of the communions. And for us, they're going to have up to 5 different paths. Oh, we have nature in there. Got it. That's how we would do that. And so we need a Gaija who has nature, but she's going to cast regeneration. And the leaders of the communion pass down their thing to the other guys. And so what would happen is, if you get too much fatigue, you start taking a bunch of damage. However, what you do for these guys is you stack a bunch of regeneration on the werewolves through regen rings that give more regeneration and a bless, and make it so that they just regen all their life basically instantly, so you get to have super path boosted Gaijas. And so this is the really powerful late game transition that we have, in addition to having these early game giants and this type of thing. But how do we get, and maybe this is just not a solvable issue, how do we get more income? Or how do we get, actually this is kind of, how do we get more research? And the answer to how do we get more research, the tool we might have to use is just more income. You're humming? Is the audio bad? Test. Test. Oh, Tarkus is live. One second. I'm just trying to figure out if the audio is busted. One second. I'm just trying to figure out. No, it's not hyper busted. Okay. I think the answer just might be more income. It's not exactly a satisfying answer. Although, to be fair, growth 3, after like 20 turns, it's like 10% more income. The problem is we have negative multipliers in here, in the turmoil in this, so There's not a world where we could go dormant with regeneration, is there? Is there a world where we could go dormant with regeneration and go for eco scales? This seems psychotic. That's just asking to get uber cucked in your first war, I think. Because people are going to see you with the incarnate only bless and like, they're going to see you with low light vision on your bless and be like, what did this guy do? What has he done? What psychosis is this? Well, first of all, if we don't need Astral, we could actually swap to her, is another idea. If we only need 6. And I think we need 6 for Resilience of the Earth. I guess it doesn't matter what we need, because we're just gonna do like this. So it just barely doesn't work. I mean, we can go back up to 8 candles, though. This seems crazy. That is really greedy. You can't have everything. Yeah. You need to have a blast for the first war. It's so greedy. What would we want if we were to do it, though? What does the greed look like for us? For the research, if you have the gems, research items can help a lot. We don't have the best research items. Like, fire and air have the best research items, and we need to get to construction 5 to get them. But yeah, I mean, that is part of the solution. Well, I think the glamour one's not terrible. I think if we went full greed, we would want larger. The greediest greedy pig type of greed we could muster. And I don't hate air or fire. Added in to pad points. Trying to think if there's any bless that would be really good for us. No, we actually just have to pay for the larger. Unbearable Splendor, Blood Bond, Regeneration, the Greed Max. I don't really like Unbearable Splendor. It's so expensive. I also like, if we're going greed, I like the fact that larger is online from the start. But like, larger, we get up to size 10. The thing is, we can cast in large on our guys anyways, right? So... we take larger, they go up to... 0.3 times this. It's gonna be 18 because it rounds down. I did the math wrong before. That's like... it's quite a bit more light. You're going in prison, do a rainbow with a snap less? No, but we want resilience of the earth and regeneration. and the growth scales. No, I mean this is the pipe dream. If we were trying to have it all, what would it look like? Let's just add this. Or, like, what cross paths are useful here? Really don't know the answer to this. Yeah, I mean, there's, like, no way. This is, like, too expensive to... it's too expensive to get this many points. So we can't have growth 3. And growth, I think, is actually a really good source of income. So this is stupid. There's just no way. And like there's nothing, there's no... Okay. Lock it up time. Time to lock it up. You lock it up. Alright. This is the build, I think. This makes darkness a tool, and I also... this is maybe one where if there's no underground nations, we go low light vision, and if there is, we don't. Heroism Blood Surge larger, Enchanted Blood. Yeah. No, I think we want to live in the world where we have 3 growth. And so what we changed here is we lost 2 candlesticks for the ability to move our pretender, basically. And low light vision. I don't know if that feels like a good exchange. I think the loud cars are on the soundboard. It's a soundboard. It's a soundboard. I don't think this... I don't know if this is worth... What if we just didn't do... If we didn't do this... We need 3 more points, though. Or 2 more points. So we could get 2 candlesticks... Or we could get this. I mean, the 2 candlesticks requires us to build way less temples. Don't hate spreading our dominion. You still owe me a rap god, Shiny? From what? What happened? Why do I owe you one? Not warmed up at all. A rap god as slow as possible. Suma Luma Duma Luma. I actually have to think about it harder when I try to go slow. So we just kind of got it right the first time. We got it right the first time, or growth is a trap. I mean, your population scales your income. And, like, if you look at compound growth, like, 0.2% pop growth is, like, you have 10% more income after... The thing is, all the income modifiers are multiplicative, so if we could find ways to rake back some of them, that would be good. Maybe we actually just don't want this. We want to do this. Because this is the biggest income swing. The thing is in the summer, this, like, cancels out. But being off by 2 is way worse than being off by 1. So I guess if we were to throw anything, it would be... Or if we were to change anything for income, it would be this. So we could lose a cold scale, but, like, having a lot of dominion spread and just brutalizing people with our super cold dominion, like, also seems fine. Why not recuperation? I find it way more useful on factions with high HP sacreds. We could do recoup. I don't hate it. I kind of like us having tri-res a little bit more. Also, regeneration helps with recuperation. But we could take recuperation instead of regeneration. Regeneration is also going to help our turbo communions. Because regeneration bless stacks with regeneration spell. But lightning resistance is something that's hard for us to come by. And we're weak to lightning. So I really like the idea of resilience of the earth. And we have cold resistance on everything. So this would make us fire resistant, cold resistant, lightning resistant, and then we regen through poison damage. On our sacreds. That was kind of the idea here. I think fortitude would be way better early on, but wouldn't necessarily scale all that well. But this will make it harder to just spike us out with, like, some... And I don't think we need the power early on. Growth is a trap, I'm not a pro, but it doesn't help you on lands you take over. Yeah, it does, it just takes a while. It doesn't... It also helps your opponents when they take your land. So, growth is better in an environment where land is changing hands less. So, stally type of maneuvering. I guess regen is fine here. I was playing EA recently and had access to high nature magics, and regen was easier to come by. Yeah, the point is that extra regeneration is kind of okay. Also, the bigger your HP pool, the harder it is to one-shot you or two-shot you. And if you're not getting one or two-shot, this makes, like, any kind of recovery, like, considerably better. One extra point of health would be so nice, though, because we would regenerate extra. I think the guy who we care about really is this guy's regeneration. Actually, what's the base life for a Jotun werewolf? Base life is 53, so not much we can do there. I mean, this is what we're running right now. I don't know how much we value, like, Nature 9, Earth 6 on our Pretender, but... Oh, wait, we were thinking of this. Wait, what changed? So we do this. This exactly. If we want to be able to move our pretender. Do our commanders have... I think these guys are fine commanders. Yeah, they are. I don't think we're in need of arcane command. Also, Niefelheim had a first test run with Kailaso recently against AI with 11 giants. Berserk rushed me. Didn't end well for Sacreds, no armor, and only Awe to protect. Yeah, that's not going to work out for you, bud. 6 regen points and 90% chance to get 1 extra. I'm like 90% sure how that works. I haven't tested, so I'm not going to try and... I don't have confidence, but I have read or acquired information somewhere that says it just like always rounds up, or always rounds down. Are the scales good? Oh, we were gonna look up population. But yeah, growth could be a trap. The thing is like... I think it takes like... it probably... The amount of turns it would take for growth to generate like more income than like one of these 3% things is probably around 10. So you have to own the location for 10 turns for it to be better than like a point of order or something. And then it's like way better. Every 100 people gives a tax base of 1 gold. Added or subtracted to by magical sites, random events, etc. We don't care about recruitment points as much, but I mean, I guess it's somewhat relevant. We'll have a better panic button. Capital starts with a really big population, and the capital is going to be worth a lot. The thing is there's a mechanic that increases your growth and decreases your growth if you're near your pop capacity. It's like similar to EU5. Base is 0.2%. That's a province with 10,000 population will gain 20 after a turn. So 0.002 raised to the 25th power, or raised to the 10th power. Let's say, how much do we get? Raised to the 10th. Oh, sorry, 1.002. Okay, so that's 2% growth, which is like kind of similar to the amount of income you get from multiplicative though. So the multiplicative's going to be more valuable, but that's the amount that you're getting from like order scales or whatever. So after 10 turns, or a little bit more than 10 turns, maybe it's 12 or something, it's going to be giving you more income. Do you have a way to cast anti-magic? Astral? Yes. We have the Gaijas, which roll Astral, so we have... And we're going to communion all this. and Blood Communion, all this. So we have high ability to cast these 5 paths. As well as the ability to cast good... We have Nephil Jarls. Who I think can random additional water. So we have access to... It's actually easier to say what we don't have access to. We don't have access to air. We don't have access to fire. We don't have access to water. And there's maybe a way to try and improve this. Growth 3 can change terrain and dawn to farmland to forest. I think you need growth 4? I guess I need to know how the temperature scales work. If they're giving... Are they even half the year and +1 and -1 the other half? Because if so, it'd be better for us to take a temp scale than the 3rd point of growth. But... I'm looking for the terrain thing. Crowding. A small province fit 5,000, large province capital. But you get plus growth if it's small. Even growth. And then -2, -2. So each point of growth is going to give you +2. So this allows you to stack up further. But how often do we have? So we would actually be... During the summer, most provinces have an extra point of heat. During winter, most provinces have an extra point of cold. So actually, we just want to take even scales here. So we don't need this statue. Or it would be better for us to take this. We could go for... like, different scale setup, though, if we're committed to the growth. Oh, now I wish we took even scales on Pyrene. We took cold 1 on Pyrene. I was under the impression... Someone told me that the math was such that if you're off by 1, it's just a wash. But it's not a wash. It's only... half the year it's a wash. Not just on income, but on pop growth. But the other half, it's bad. Or sorry, 9 months of the year it's bad. And it's a wash a third. You're on temp 3, which caused death and negative like growth of income. Well, but it's being off by 1 relative to what's comfortable for us. I think. Wait, is... This entire thing gets moved because we have a preference, does it not? Like, we want to inflict cold on other people. But okay, this is actually just going to negatively affect the province as well. We could avoid ever having cold 3. Sorry, so we'll get cold 4 3 months a year. We could avoid that just by doing this. And then do this. Preference doesn't matter. That's why cold nation deaths. Reduce cold scale deaths. Okay. Then this might be more what we're into. That way we're never causing deaths. And this would maximize pop growth. And we would be less equipped to inflict negative stuff on other people. Prefers affects our income, but it's not going to affect pop growth. So maybe we just want to actually be even. But that's going to make it 3 months out of the year we're going to get, like, shit pop growth. And this we won't. And we have a similar... It was very similar to what we were doing. Just the difference is cold 2 instead of 4. It's going to make a lot of our cold/fatigue plays a lot worse. This can only cause deaths during a bad winter event. Are you sure about that? Well, I mean, there's deaths and the... Deaths is, like, indistinguishable from... effectively from lack of pop growth. And... for all off-fort provinces, 3 is the upper bound. And so what this means, if we have scales of 4, then 9 months out of the year, or 6 months out of the year, we're going to have this. So 0.5 times this is effectively -1 growth, and then 1/3 the year, it's going to be this. Or sorry, 1/4 of the year, it's going to be this. So it's effectively negating over a full point of growth for us to go to scale 4. Not in forts, but regular provinces. Yeah, not in forts. But I think that means we just want our scale to be one where we avoid this beyond what's livable modifier, like ever. And the new adjusted build does that. Because we're thinking about things from the perspective of trying to get more magic. More research. And what we need is more gold to pay for more forts and more of these guys. And also these guys. We could ditch our drain scale. There's a way to get way more blast points. We also could ditch the last point of growth, I think. We have a lot invested now in long-term growth in the sense that we are throwing this as well. I think I like this, though. I think we'll continue from the game we started, because it's not that much different. But this would be worth testing. The thing is sticky stick, I think, would let us do more stuff. We need 7 points, and then... Yeah, Sticky Stick lets us do more stuff. Sticky Stick lets us get more magic paths. Sticky McStick. Now to be fair, he's only, like, effectively letting us get one more magic path because we have one less growth. So we're paying 40 points for the opportunity to grow growth 3, basically. We unfortunately can't do 2 scales, so it's this plus a scale. Tempted to take larger here. This does look good. The stick or the tree? Just trying to think what we get with our points here. The reinvigoration is not that useful for us relative to some other things we have going on. What's the encumbrance on this? But we don't really have... Well, I guess we go magic resistance. Because this also effectively gives us magic resistance, the drain. So we're effectively getting +3 magic resist on this. So our regular guy's 18 magic resist. So, the tree. You like the tree? The eco's better with the tree. We're paying a lot to get resilience of the earth too, though. So if we went the stick, we could go for larger probably instead. There we go. This is the tree build, though. I think growth scale is underrated. I mean, like, looking at the math for it, everything scales the base value. Like, the base value of what you're doing just scales with pop. And, like, the thing is, after like, only 10 turns it takes to, like, be better. After 25 turns... Oh, my math was wrong before. I must have had the wrong inputs. After 25 turns, is 5% increased growth or increased base value? But each scale gives you like 2% income, so... And we are going to have the base amount plus growth 3. So this raised to the 20th, let's say. So after 20 turns, we'll have 17% more income. So strategies where we... The thing is like, if you... Growth is better in strategies where you are more diplomatic and passive, and I think that those strategies tend to be good anyways, because I think that you're, in principle, like, you should try and avoid fighting mono-y-mono and trading resources really early. I think that that's, like, trappy. People just want to get it in, and if you just try and play nice with people, you get an opportunity to, like, eco. Junkie, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I tried it with but size 5 to size 6 is just bad. Oh yeah, you can't do that. Larger... 4 to 5 is good. We would be going 9 to 10. So 1% after 25 turns, if you get forts up earlier, you get the bonus from administration earlier. No way, passive is bad in multiplayer. You always want to be at war. I don't know about that. I think you... If someone else is... You would much rather third party than 1v1. As well. I'm not saying, like, entirely no wars whatsoever, but the 1v1 specifically, where you're trading resources relatively even... you could, at a certain point, prefer forts and stuff like this. Like, I don't, if you trade 1k gold with 1k gold with you with 1k with the other guy, you lose out on the ability to get the fort, which gives you like 8% increase income in that province, which, by the way, is multiplicatively valuable with the growth. I think I might use the restroom in a second. Annexing someone's capital is really valuable. And getting a bunch of extra land is valuable, but, like, there's, like, macro with what goes... I guess, I mean, I haven't played a lot of multiplayer, but if players are responding intelligently, like, if someone gets way too big and you get coalitioned, you're going to lose all the value from your locations. And I think people are going to look at it from the perspective of how many locations you have and how many provinces you have, not, like, an extrapolated inference of how much are you generating from all of your provinces. And also multiplicative with order and prod. Yeah, everything's multiplicative. So, I mean, I think that this... I don't know, I could be wrong. Like, running over a player who's really weak is valuable. Best guy to know for scales. This is for Dominions 5. But we'll assume that the math is the same. Running over weak players is strong, but if you're fighting another strong player, you know, the thing is like, you just committing to a war opens you up to being third party. If you third party, if you get third party, you just kind of lose, right? And if you're relatively passive, this gives you opportunities to third party. And you will take land more than twice as easily in a 2v1 than you will in a 1v1. Like, the level of difficulty to overcome resistance isn't linear. Also, Dominion will not grant any positive effects. For order, productivity, luck, or magic. Okay, so this is actually relevant because we will give people the growth. You'll give your neighbors growth, I guess. I thought you didn't give them growth. TLDR, pick growth for long games. Fit order production your troop needs. Pick luck plus magic for gem-dependent nations. That's another thing, is we could get rid of luck. Don't expect great effects for luck 3, misfortune 3 at first, around 15 turns, as your scales have to spread through your provinces first. And, okay, I'm going to assume that the calculations haven't changed that too much, but the hard numbers will probably be wrong. We get 3% from these other ones. Heat and cold seem a big deal, but avoiding specifically cold scale 4 is effectively worth 1 growth scale. Or no, sorry. Make sure I'm sharing the right screen. Yeah, okay. When we avoid a cold scale of 4, this is if we had cold scale 3, 1/4 of the year we would get -4 growth, so it's effectively -1, minus half a point of growth, if we were to go cold scale 3. So instead we dumped cold a little bit. Purely from an income perspective, growth 3, population increase, is the most reliable way to increase your income. This is what we were saying. Also increases recruitment points by increasing the population. Around doubled after 30 turns. Sometimes you start above the province cap, so you don't get the full growth bonus. Yes. But also, the cap is a soft cap. Or, well, like, it increases the speed at which you grow up to the soft cap. But if you have growth 3, you will always just keep growing. Each one of these is the equivalent of baseline, or +2, -2. You have +2 base. So if you have just base growth, at 150% of what's comfortable, you will stop growing. If you have growth 1, though, you'll stop at 200% of what's comfortable. If you have growth 2, you'll just keep growing forever. Just slower. But when you have 200% of what's comfortable, nominally, right? Nominally, relative to 100%, even though you're growing slower, you're growing a bigger base line of what you're doing. So, I mean, strategically, if you can take growth and take the game into a situation where it goes longer, it'll be really valuable. You want to be in winning wars? I agree. When you're a weak nation, you want a 2 to 3 versus 1. When you're a strong nation, you want a 1v1. I think you always welcome, even if you're strong, you welcome our opportunity to 2v1 someone else. I'm almost never using all my recruitment points across forts, so this is one of the reasons we threw turmoil scales. The spoiler has value plots. Alright. Yeah, the value plot is the value plot is like kind of what I suspect is growth is just the most valuable thing for income. If you give it enough turns. But it's also more valuable real fast than the other ones. Like, look, it's like, what is this, like, turn 15 is when it notably breaks away from the pack? We'll also get increased nature gems. And all gems. Alright, so heat and cold. Alright, heat 3 preference. If we go heat 2, this is equivalent to what we're doing. We're gonna take minus some income, but we avoid, it's effectively a half point of growth. Oh, this is interesting. More land you have scales negatively. Golden 30 turns, cap only. I'm so confused what this is indicating. This is Turmoil Misfortune 3. The effect it has on your income after 30 turns, or in 30 turns worth. And we had Luck 2, Turmoil 2. Or sorry, Luck 2, Turmoil 2. What's Turmoil 2, Luck 2? Or sorry, Luck 2... Okay, Luck 3. Order 3, Luck 3. Turmoil 1, Luck 2, 3. Turmoil 2, Luck 3, Misfortune 3. Or M can't be Misfortune. Okay, but I guess we could expect a smaller effect than this. I don't see Turmoil 2, Luck 2. We expect this just a smaller scale. Magic Exchange changes MR. Etc. Okay. Other thing that's not in your math is sometimes start above province cap, so you don't get the full growth bonus. It doesn't seem like there's a hard cap. The cap is soft from crowding. And if the province is really big, you do get less growth, but you're applying that growth to a larger baseline. So when at 100% we get the full effect of our growth, at 200% we get the equivalent of growth minus 1, but we're applying it to a bigger baseline. Or sorry, we get the equivalent of minus 2 growth, but we're applying it to a bigger baseline. And so if we have growth 3, that's the equivalent of 4 growth, because you effectively get 1 free growth. And growth 4, or sorry, at growth 3, the scale giving us 4 total growth, we will get the equivalent value per turn of growth at 200% pop that we will at 100% pop, because we're applying it to twice as large a number. And then it will scale up from there, because it doesn't have a... it doesn't have a... After 200%, nothing's going... You're not going to get another negative modifier. So the more growth you have, because the growth rates are stacking additively with each other, the more growth you have, the better. Because if you have 1 growth at 200%, you will stop growing entirely. If you have 2 growth, you get to break free. If you have 3 growth, you get to break free at double the rate. And it's being applied at a bigger number. I'm almost never using all my recruitment points across all your forts. You still want to be, you want to be in winning wars. When you're a weak nation, you want to, yeah, okay, we already read that. The strong nation that gets involved in 2v1 is more likely to get coalition than a strong nation in a 1v1. No, I'm saying when you are not at war, you have the opportunity to enter a war. When you're already in a war, you don't have the opportunity to enter a war. By being more passive initially, you will have better opportunities for just seeing a 1v1 and then just attacking one of the players. And then you get to be on the good side of the 2v1. When I'm saying you want to... I'm saying you want to be strong in 2v1, not be strong in 1v2. Is it a good idea to plan so much with little experience in multiplayer? Well, I can't really get I'm playing a multiplayer game right now, but you can't get experience quickly. It takes like 2 months to play a game. Some things could end up not mattering. True. Some things could end up not mattering. Still, the exercise of trying to figure out what's correct is not like, does not induce a gnashing of teeth to me. Like, I enjoy this. I enjoy this part of the thing. But it seems like growth is just really good. To me. Oh my god, sorry. I wasn't on the browser. I was explaining the population thing with referring to this, but... I guess I'll mention it again, but you get effectively +2 base, and every point of growth you gives an additional +2. So when you have 3 growth, you'll have a total of +8, and then you'll lose -2, -2 when you grow to 200% your base size. So you'll only have +4, but you'll also have twice as big a number you're applying the growth to. And so you get effectively like the same growth with growth 3 when you're at double the size, nominally. But then once you're past this 200% threshold, it's just straight upside. But if you only have growth 1, here you'll be at growth you'll be at +4, and then -2, and then -2, you'll stop growing entirely. So if the game is going to ever deadlock, growth breaks parity really strong on the income, and the income gives you more mages, because it lets you recruit more mages and support more mages in upkeep. And if you're idling fort turns, if you're never idling forts, and you can't build any more forts, this would be useless. But I don't think you hit the circumstance too often. Some nations are strong early that not taking a 1v1 is a waste of opportunity. Yes. I think in general, from a macro/meta way of approaching things, I would prefer a nation that doesn't have as much of its power budget investment in being strong early, because I think the flexibility is valuable. I don't know how strong we are early, though. I think we're kind of annoying early. We're taking a bless that's not super strong early, though. Right, this is... Resilience of the Earth is just, like, worse than, like, Fortitude, which we could be taking instead, but... 2v1, you will only get half as much land out of the war? Yes. But it will require less than half as much effort to win the war. So... your investment to province return is better, I think. Because if you send an army with 100 power in the abstract against an army with 50 power in the abstract, you'll have less than half the casualties of them. It's a snowball game, you need to get it rolling. Yeah, but you want to enter wars just slightly slower than other people, I think. Does that make sense? It's not that you don't want to enter wars, it's that you want to have a level of flexibility regarding entering wars. Where, if you blindly start a fight immediately, if there are 6 players, or let's say there are 8 players, okay? Let's maybe do this with Paint Online. Also, getting eliminated is just a strict loss, right? So getting eliminated is catastrophically bad. But let's say there are 8 players, okay? We'll have 8 players. Okay. If 6 of them start wars with each other, and geographically, there's no one at peace near you, and everyone else is 1v1ing, you get to do this. If this happens to you, you die. If the players are competent. If the players are incompetent, probably being aggressive is just better. But you get eliminated. So avoiding being this guy is really valuable. And this happened to 25% of the players. Now, let's say hypothetically, the guy who started the war gets a little bit more juice out of it. So he has 1.6 power. You have 1.4. And, this would still be ongoing. So the issue is, for you, is if the other guy trades better and takes more territory. If he doesn't, then you get a 1v1. After this. If, like, the geography, like, makes sense, this type of thing. But it requires less than the ROI on investments to provinces taken, I think is considerably better if you're dogpiling someone. And also, I think if you wait, you get to pick your spot better as well. Because it might be the case that these two numbers are reversed. Right? If you attack someone who has all of their forces on the other side of the map, you're going to roll them up like a carpet. So the best case scenario, someone has dedicated all their troops to fighting in their 1v1 that they view as their enemy. And you do this, you roll it up like a carpet, and instead you get the lion's share of the value from that war. And then now, being as big as you are, you can crush them, or you can wait to see what happens here to avoid getting 2v1'd. Or try and influence what happens here and turn this into a 2v2, where you have more strength. Current game, I did 2v1. I feel way weaker than the guys who, that 1v, that 1-2 1v1s. You can't plan for that? You can if you just are patient. You did 2v1s, and I feel way weaker than the two guys that 1-2 1v1s. One is in WON, 1-2v1. In principle, you should win your 2v1s faster. Right? If you win your 2v1s at the same speed... Yeah. If you win 2v1s at the same speed... when they have half the resources, like... your 2v1 should just be faster, I don't know. Also, there's confounding variables, too. Sample sizes are hard to acquire, but, like, for the person you're fighting against, though, the 1v1 is really swingy. Because if you take a province that earns 100 gold, it's not a 100 gold increase, it's a 200 gold swing. Right? Because they are earning less gold. You're earning 100 more, but they're earning 100 less. So in terms of your ability to bring combat power, it's worth more. But, The thing is people might not be able to adjust fast enough to someone who's the big bad and the big spooky. And I think that this, the faster people adjust to this, the better playing stuff a little bit slower is. Because you don't want to get dogpiled. And if people are really good at dynamically changing who their target is... Yeah. If you're not dogpiling, you're the one getting dogpiled. If your nation is weak and you don't diplomacy yourself into a 2v1, you will get hit. Yeah. I agree. Hey, ZS, are we winning? We are. We're kind of discussing the... how good being a little bit passive is. Whether you're supposed to engage quickly or try and pick a spot. And I'm arguing you should be a little bit more patient and be okay with picking a spot. Largely because growth pays for itself as a scale, but it takes a while. And it doesn't pay for an immediate conflict. But I think the scale is really good, and chat kind of disagrees with me. I also think it's better the more of it you have. Just because of how the math works out, because it's additive. It's additive, and then there are penalties that are additive with it. So, the fact that, like, once your population gets high, the third point of it will give you, like, double the pop growth of the, than you have. The forever dilemma in grand strategy. Yeah, I mean, I think that. I think Diplo is really important in trying to avoid spots where you're. I think if you 1v2, you're just dead. And so. When you play in a way where you avoid getting fights initially, you avoid the context where you get instant killed. And we're talking early on. If you're super huge and big and you can 1v2, then that's like a different thing. But, kind of with this scenario, simplified scenario where we have 8 players. And this is like just true for all strategy games. If we have like 8 players, the 2 guys who get 2v1 just die. Entirely. And so if you look at your strategy from a probabilistic kind of scenario, if you jump in a 1v2, a 1v1 quickly, and you think that this is a normal gameplay pattern, which is not a given, you have a 17% chance of eliminating yourself. And so, or 17 point something % chance. I don't know what the decimals are. And so, what you do has to increase your chance of winning by a bit, or what you gain in this 1v1. And so you have to get payouts faster. But there's a big difference if you're playing against strong players versus weak players. If the weaker the players you're playing against, the better it is to just attack people really aggressively, if you think that they can't defend. Oh, we were trying to look up something else. We were trying to look up terrain. Because someone was telling me that you'll lose your farmlands. And I thought it was only if you go growth 4. I was trying to figure this out. Okay. The base population, which affects when the penalties start kicking in for forest, is minus 25%. And for farmlands, it's plus 50%. And then magical sites are just assigned, so you don't get any more magical. The forest, starting off with the forest is good, but you don't get, because you get more magic sites than you do in farmland, but turning stuff into it is not good, so... I need the thing with scales, maybe. So what happens when the scales are too high? Two things that are scales. 2 entries. Extreme growth changes the environment differently. So if it's 4 or higher, it slowly turns plains into farms or forests, with farms only happening if order is also present. Can't believe you censored your most loyal hate watcher. Most loyal? I haven't heard from you in months. I was deeply hurt by your actions. I don't remember you being so sensitive. Old age finally got to you. Sad. Yeah. The truth hurts. We did miss the nation vote. We went for Niefelheim. Thought it was 3 or higher. Well, we don't mind turning things into forests. Or, sorry, we don't mind turning things into farmland. But it's only going to turn the plains into farmland. I don't know how we get... Well, I know exactly how we do this. Oh, we're just 1 point shy. Is teleport 3 astral or 2? Well, we give up this. And need to somehow pay for that. God, like actual 1 point shy. Oh wait, it's never mind. We can't. We would need to get 1 additional growth. The thing is we can get growth from a throne. And our things would flip from being. Our plains specifically would turn into forests. It didn't make it sound like farmlands would turn into forests, which is really like the very bad scenario. So what happens here if the base pop on forest is minus 25%. I assume plains is base. That's honestly not the end of the world. If you're flipping them into if you're flipping farmland into forest, that's a problem. The -1 cock block. Yeah. You hate to see it. But that, I guess, raises an interesting point, is we don't actually need the... We don't need the luck if we don't want it. The thing is the tree might not make sense if we don't want it. How much more points is... No, the Mother Earth's not going to make sense, I don't think. We spend 80 points adding magical paths. Actually, wait. Relativistically, we would spend 20 more points adding magical paths than the Mother. How much more expensive is she? She's 130 points more. So we effectively have 107 points. If we went 637, we would have close to 120 points. How much more is she? She's 130 points more, so we need to have 11 more points somewhere. Oh, but then we wouldn't need the astral, we would just need the bless points. How do we feel about this? I mean, this would give us a lot more power in our first war. She is insane. She would have 20% reinvig and trample with a size 10. Be able to go full equipment. Sorry, I'm not unemployed enough to watch your streams often. Yeah. See, I mind a lot less when you make fun of just me, but feels like you're making fun of other people, and I'm not exactly trying to make the chat hostile. I mean, maybe we let chat decide your fate then, huh? How many hours do you have on Dom? Like in total, maybe 500 or 600. We like democracy here. I can check though. Let's check in my Steam library. We'll only count dominions, we won't count the other one that's somewhat similar or uses the same world. 169 hours in Dom 4, 140 hours in Dom 5, so that's 300, and 284, so 580 hours. Something like this. Hostile communication, I agree. I think he is trying to get reaction. I suppose voting to ban him is in itself, you know, a form of reaction, so he gets his kicks to some extent. But do we value Big Mama Trampler? I mean, I kind of like this, to be honest. She's also going to have 7 natural protection on top of this. Okay, but you gotta let me defend myself in an honest trial. I mean, it's up to chat. I'm not the jury here. I've left your fate to them. But yeah, I mean, if we give her a couple pieces of equipment, she's just going to be a huge pain in the ass to deal with. To be fair, if we teleport the tree on top of someone, they'll also be a pain. So we're giving up a decent chunk of gem income for this. I just don't know how valuable our gems are to us relative to another type of country or something like this. But she also would let us go growth 3. And we get one more candlestick, I guess, also part of the trade-off. Because we can't afford a scale from it, I don't think. No, that's not what we wanted to do. It's not what we wanted. And then... it's 164, alright, that's a little bit less. We had drain, growth, this, dormant. Okay, yeah, we can't pay for another thing. God, this is just so incredibly straightforward. This is a lean build. It's 3-3. So I think we like the build where they were 6 candlesticks. But I think I like this for Niefelheim. With the growth being, I think, the best way to fundamentally solve our issue. Of poor research, because it's just giving more income. I mean, honestly, I really like growth scale. Or, well, if you take growth scale, you gotta take people into, like, a deep dark forest. So what could we have done with Pyrene if we wanted to? Have done something different. A little bit harder for us to take a bunch of different paths and be dormant. We could have gone something like this. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. Maybe it kind of works. Yeah. Maybe we would rather run this instead of what we ran. We also have a bunch of other titans that give growth. Actually, we have a ton of growth options in terms of something that's similar. Opposite views are important in this highly esteemed chat of a philosopher king from Timu who lives in his mom's backyard racetrack. Generally pretty open to opposite perspectives. But another layer when it comes to giving people a hard time. And as far as like titans that which is immortality and spring immortality. Okay. We could take a very aggressive type of titan with something like that. The thing is, our hodgepodge bless that I kind of like a lot in terms of the scaling. As well as ability to break into a bunch of paths. Kind of requires the statue, and we can't take a titan. I'm not sure which one we like better. Do we like the tree better? We would do a version of this where we would have 6 candlesticks, I think, instead. And Astral Force so we can teleport around. But what do we like more, the stick or Big Mama? I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be back real quick. I'm trying to think which one we like better. Probably Big Mama. So, I'm back. Dropping this guy on top of people is something we could definitely do, though. With the Astral 4. Get mind hunted, though. I think in the context of us going regeneration, resilience of the earth, maybe are okay with her and just having a big fat power spike. Plus she could also help expand. That's not really, that doesn't really seem like that was really kind of the problem for us, though. So I think what we have going on is good enough for us, or close enough to what we think is best. After a little bit of thinking that we don't necessarily want to over this, where we have, okay, we're immobile. And I think the immobility is just like, an issue. We're gonna wait until we get one of these that has hopefully Glamour 2 or Nature 2 and start searching with them. I think we're recruiting one every turn, yeah. Really nice we can afford one of these every turn or get one of these every turn. And there's probably some sort of strategy where we're supposed to recruit some amount of these guys, but I have no idea how much that's supposed to be. This guy's another scout. Didn't search. You need to put down that stuff. Who this? He is our priest, yeah. What would this random guy with the mind of Aristotle, the haircut of Schopenhauer? The haircut of Schopenhauer is funny. The body of an average American do with someone without someone challenging his gluttonous lifestyle in a funny way. Certainly in a way, like the edgy humor that implies that you're probably a teenager, to be honest. Oh. Ah, the temples are expensive. We're used to playing Pyrene where they're not. There's also not a lot of flexibility or room in our blast to do anything interesting. I guess it depends on if we are against stuff with lightning. We lose a Nephil giant. Yeah, the Trogs do enough damage. I guess. Was hoping the regeneration would hold the day. They don't have super high prot, but we lost one there. Oh, experience gives them +1 hit point? Let's go. Then they heal 7 a turn. Yeah, +7. Okay. Let's go to the province. We could also, it might be just the case that we want to go 8 candlesticks, though. Yeah, this guy's got a ton of these. I think we look to just cut off their expo. Unless they want to fight us. Oh, we don't need this guy. Oh, shoot, I think we already recruited him. No, not again. Terrible. We have an extra commander point. An extra other thing. I guess we'll start alternating these, and eventually when we want to recruit something up, we'll free up the money. Something like that. I really like these guys, so we'll keep recruiting them. Probably want to think about our next fort as well. Another thing is, did we go growth 3 on this guy, or... Yeah, we did. Okay. Yeah, so the density, because they're over by 50%, now is applying. The density malice. Niefelheim is recruitable supercombatants, so getting a Titan is not that valuable. That's a good shout. That's a good point. Fairy Trod need glamour now, so no forest move cheese with the tree. Oh, we can Fairy Trod? I thought we couldn't Fairy Trod with them at all. The immobiles. That kind of changes things a little bit, actually. Oh, I don't know if we're supposed to push on. Certainly we can handle the back rides, right? Right? Preach with this guy, I guess. Or we can send him back, actually, even. Do we want to preach? No, I think we want him to pick up some giants. I think we don't need this many, though. Let's do this. Actually, we're gonna go into the barbs. Fuck it. If I win this rigged election, I will increase the amount of loud cars by 100%. I have the man of the people. I have a sneaking suspicion that you've already voted for yourself, and that probably shouldn't be allowed, but we'll allow it. But for those of you who don't know, on YouTube, we are voting whether or not to ban Mr. White God 88 from the chat. And he is arguing this case. So far, the jury appears to be hung. Shout out to you guys. But if we can Fairy Trod, I think I like the idea of taking Glamour on our commander over taking Astral on the commander, to be honest. I'm really not sure what our research priorities should be. I guess we kind of maybe want the skeleton stuff. Or skeletons, are we just supposed to rush that? Let's go raise skeletons. They declare war on us, fair enough. Alright, now I think we'll head back. I think we've had enough. Oh, the movement underground, it's so bad. So... Hey... Let's walk back. Let's walk it back a little bit. Wait a turn. Do hit our glamour too. Actually, why don't we have her search in another direction? We can search here and loop around to the left, I think. To keep her a little bit safe. And there we go, this guy's back. Back again, Shady's back. Inform someone who is, a friend. Alright, so we've finished the fort. And we have ideas for another fort, to be honest. We get more income. Like 8% more gold. The admin bonus. Kind of inclined to build one over here. But here might be good. I'll send that guy to patrol with the small squad he has. Oh, we get level 2 priests. Start recruiting. I really don't know what I think of their units in terms of which one's best. I kind of dig the javelins on the giants, to be honest. Moria's in the back. There's a lot of players for... There must be a big landmass over there. Okay, let's peel off another turn. I think we'll go for another 15 to 45 minutes. Battle in Monarch Woods. Yeah, these barbs is tough. We do not like fighting the barbs. There's just so many of them. Really good PD though. Just gonna go straight to 11. Want him to have issues if he's gonna go after it. We'll patrol there. She can research now. She can also keep searching further on, but I think we want, as a searcher, we prefer someone like her who has all 4 paths, because you get to find a lot of the stuff with that. We'll just queue up both and remember that we can cancel if we need some money. Well, this guy's sick if we give him some gear because he's got regeneration. Not sure what we'll use them for short term. We want to get our blood economy going eventually. Just having a think about getting one of these guys. They're not very effective per research. But right now our ammo and research is getting as many of these guys as possible. Actually, these guys are okay too. 194 gold. The other guys are better, I guess, actually. For research. Research per upkeep. Presence here increases YouTube monetization? I kinda don't think it does. It's possible. But, yeah. I think you're mostly just a troll, but right now, chat seems to tolerate your presence, so kinda don't care too much. Let's patrol. Kinda wait for more dudes. Actually, let's send these guys to the north to reinforce the squad we have up here. Allow them to kind of operate a little bit. We could build our second fort here. Once we get some candles, our unrest will start coming down. I don't know if Rus is trapped on this island or what caves will lead where. It looks like actually this troop is going to link up with them. Just kidding. We take 30 long dead. I don't know if we take 30 long dead. Horsemen. Long dead horsemen are a little bit tough. I don't know if we win that. Could limit test, I guess. See how these guys fare. We could have dumped PD a little bit. They come up with some of their sacred. Do kind of like these guys with the invulnerable. Kind of a little bit tough. And they have magic weapons, so that's sick. But flip side, they can't take buffs very well, or earth buffs. I'm surprised they did so well against our dudes. Especially because we got regeneration and all the resists now. I really do like where we look like, or where we look in terms of the resists with this build. It means when there get to be a lot more evocations and these guys are just eating a bunch of evocations, they'll not care that much. And you'll have to have a really fat margin of damage. And then they're regenerating it out anyway. So... Not really killing too many brigands here. Let's just get a bigger patrol squad. Well, why is this growth 4? So this plains mountains is going to turn into a forest mountain. Should be fine there. Let's go search underground a little bit. Would probably be scouting a little bit more. If we could search this, we'd be scouting a little bit more if it was multiplayer. So with this link up, we should be set to push them a little bit. Probably push them a little bit now, but let's preach here. Do we have priests that can communion? Or just level 2 priests? They are priests. So we can throw one in the communion as communion leader too. We get access to level 3 priesties. Going to a public place to make jabs at minorities isn't a different point of view. Nor am I here for this guy's personal comedy show. Thanks for stream, Mr. Chandler, Mr. Gaming. Yeah. Yeah. See, this is why we have the vote. It's just relatively unoriginal, kind of edgy jokes. But maybe that's what the people like these days. Walmart philosopher. A dime a dozen. Alright. Research is kind of coming up. We like items, so maybe we'll just go Destruction 3 just so we can kind of see what's on. So we can kind of form a strategy, but not sure how. Whoa! Wasn't expecting to eat shit with our squad that linked up. God, we have so many of these guys. They're getting a lot of fatigue. So are we, though. I feel like I'm missing the plot somehow. I guess Regeneration is multiplicatively effective with Fortitude. Are we just punting by not going Fortitude? Maybe that's kind of the case. And the build we were looking at, we had 1 point left over, so we could go Fortitude, maybe. I really like these resists, though, but I feel like we should win. I feel like we should win here. Why do we not win? Alright, let's see what his bless is. I'm not even using it. Our units cost 3 times as much as his. And they had regeneration. Lion Maces do fatigue damage and hit very hard. Okay, if they do fatigue, that explains why we had way more fatigue. Are you in the sun too? Oh, massive heat. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that tracks. Gotcha. It being hyperpolarized because of scales is not something I'm used to. That's my bad. Oh, that feels painful. Oh, we probably gotta, like, try and actually, like, lock it up instead of playing so loose here. We have a ton of income and we have a ton of issues, so... It would be, what size are our guys? I think they're too big to... Be nice if we had size 1 guys, huh? To increase our attack density and make the lion guys somehow hit the size 1 guys. Let's maybe rake this back. Did Pangea? No, they didn't attack us. Okay. Yeah, I think we probably should have swapped to recruiting more of these guys earlier. What a cave. So there's like a separate island? Don't like when the map gen has not all land reachable by land. Fair enough. So now we should be in good shape in a couple of ways, right? And we also have higher morale. That's not what we wanted to do. Pair them up. I don't think we have too good of things to do. Some to advanced cast spells. I don't know exactly what's the best out of what we have there. Not exactly the best offering. I don't want to search for sites. Guess we haven't searched for Astral yet. This is messy. There's probably a site searching plan I'm not that privy to. I think we'll be able to patrol this down. This guy can preach. Got a ton of dudes. Actually. Do that. Well, probably have to fight Pangea just during the stream. It's not too much Could you go over the strategy of the run? We'll go talk through our bless a little bit. Mainly just experimenting with Niefelheim a little bit. I do want to watch this, though. This turned out dramatically different than... Oh, no, wait, there's no one there. Just kidding. Alright, so... Ah! No! We lost our gun. We lost our mage. Not like this. Not my gumdrop buttons. So... we have taken... Bless for regeneration and shock resistance and fire resistance. I think that this scales pretty well. We're going for a build that's overall trying to scale with. With this Bless active, we will have Tri-Res, and then regeneration's good for poison, so we'll effectively have all resistance on our guys. And that's kind of where the scaling is. We could go Fortitude instead, though. And get Blunt all those resistances. But 10% lightning res when we have lightning weakness is kind of nice. And then I think that we decided that it would be a little bit better for us to take some amount of Astral so we could relocate. But for our build, I think that kind of the weakness we have is that it is difficult for us to do research just generally. And we're trying to solve that with gold income, and growth is one of the better ways of doing that. If the game goes long, growth is really good. I'm kind of bullish on growth. A lot of the people in chat and a lot of the people we've talked to don't think that growth is that great. Or it's not that they think it's bad, or like turmoil, productivity are like just better for income, but it's just looking at the numbers, each scale of growth takes like 10 turns or something before it starts generating as much income as a productivity or turmoil scale. But that means if you're owning your locations for longer than 10 turns, shout out to Loud Car outside, it's going to really pump up the value. The thing is, growth also pumps up the value for other people too. If you're spreading your dominion, but we're also spreading a little bit more. Also think that we are more committed to going cold 2 instead. And so we would rework this a little bit, but thought that it was enough in line with our readjustment that we thought that that was good. And primarily trying to just expand through giants, and like we pump out 6 of them and it's pretty good. I don't think that it's really, or 4 of them and it's pretty good. I don't think it's necessarily necessary that we have this many giants. And I think we can lean on our scales troops a little bit more. And so we could talk through it a little bit more. Regarding what adjustments I thought was going to be a little bit better than what we were doing. We'll just search the guy. Oh, actually, let's search with both these guys, because they both have paths that can find stuff here. And this was kind of a build we were working on. I felt that we have really good scaling in a couple ways. With these guys getting both blood and astral, we get to cast all these paths of magic at a really high level. And the Nephil giants can roll up to water 4/5, so we're really just missing out on earth magic, air magic, fire magic. I guess we would prefer better coverage in that way in the build. And maybe there's a way to do it. But we were having some thoughts here. Alright, first of all, this. And that... could do something like this. Oh, how did we resolve it being exactly 1 point short? I was like this, and then... What do we do here? Oh, this is what we had. So this is what we were looking at. And then low light vision. Because we can also cast Outer Darkness or this type of thing, so... this was the adjustment from the builds we just kind of showed that I thought was decent. I really wish we had a way to break into Earth, Air, and Fire, though. We kind of have the Earth here, and we can figure that out eventually. How much is the increased damage due to a weakness? I think it's a flat increase, and then if it applies in like reverse, it's a flat increase, which is kind of a big deal. That's a lot. And then a percentage applied on top of it. That's the way it works in terms of resistance. Like you take 5 flat off and then lose 5%. And so this you add 5 flat, and I think you add 5%. So if lightning is hitting you for 30, it goes up to 35, and then the extra damage is like another 2. So instead of 30, it's like 37 or something. But if it would have been 1 damage, now it's like 5. I think it's the way that it works, which that's more of an issue. I suppose we could look up the resistances, but this is kind of what we were thinking our way through. Is this good? More flashy though. Would have been for us to... God, the wiki's so slow today. We could have taken something more flashy though. And kind of the thing that we had started out with conceptually was we would need to take 7 points in this, which has costs. We need to drop like a scale or something, and then going with like fortitude. Which maybe still good. Larger would also be good. We are paying a lot for resilience of the Earth, to be fair. And we could do things a little bit differently. Right, if we wanted to do... Yeah, this just doesn't, wait. We could do this and have, like, more paths of magic instead. Resilience to the Earth is kind of... If you're in the market for those 2 resists, though, it's just, like, way better. Even though we have to pay more to get up to Earth 6. Like, once you are the Bless Point-wise. Bless Point-wise, this is 8 points worth of Bless Points for 6 Bless Points. And I think resists, like, scale better than anything else, really. Or... As the damage shifts from being, like, physical to being, like, a bunch of AoE and being spells and, like, this type of thing, having the additional resists is going to be good. And, both Fortitude, taking less physical damage, and resists, like, effectively scale with Regeneration. And Regeneration also helps us Turbo Communion, so... which is eventually we're going to... Normally you communion and you have your mages link up and they use magic. Like, these guys will link up and they'll use blood magic and astral magic, and the leaders of the communion will get boosts to all their magical paths. And then the slaves to the communions will help the leaders pay for spells in terms of fatigue. And normally you have to, like, have some sort of fatigue generation, but what we can do instead is we can let the guys fatigue to minus 200 fatigue, at which point they start taking damage. And instead, use these guys with regeneration of various kinds from various sources, and use this to boost up our communions. And so that means we don't need as many communion slaves, these guys, although they're expensive. So, like, per gold, it's still a normalish looking communion, but they'll just regenerate and always be at full life, and then we power up these. And so that means all these magical paths, we will be casting a bunch of spells at really high level, like skeletons and giants, and the skeletons will not be negatively affected by chill, I don't think. And I think that we do want a smattering of our regular troops, because these guys pair kind of nicely with the skeletons. Skeletons are size 3, these guys can just kind of wade forward, they do a lot of damage. Don't mind the spear guys, because they'll be a lot more defensive, although they won't be very killy relative to kind of some of the other options. Actually, I guess they're pretty killy. They're not as killy as the axe guys. But these guys have decent protection. And they have javelins. So that's kind of what we were thinking. There's a world where we don't go Resilience of the Earth and we do something else, and maybe there's a world where we can try and do something Imprisoned. But I'm thinking it's this. And we only have 2 options of guys that can have growth 3. And that's the Great Mother, who's really expensive in this guy, so I think the build kind of builds itself once we have some of those parameters. Yeah, but fatigue damage... You know, it's interesting that the fatigue damage really hurt us a lot, because that's one of the ways we were... Yeah, let's come back to... That's one of our game plans against... if someone goes, like, big-ass giants or some-ish... we were kind of working on a game plan for fighting, if we had to, Musfahheim, because we were trying to work on a game plan for everyone. And we kind of came up with a couple things, which is, one, Frozen Heart. Would be pretty good. But I think he gets to resist this, magic resist-wise. And then 2, fatiguing them out. So it's interesting to see how we got just absolutely bricked by fatigue. But specifically the Pixie Spear. If somebody makes any type of unit that's just really, really tough to kill and has a bunch of regeneration, I think we just fatigue them instead. Like, if health as an axis becomes too inaccessible for us to damage, then it makes it fatigue quite a bit better. It's very interesting to run into units that I think that on a normal day we would probably be able to win, especially because especially because they're not blessed, but because they had fatigue damage on their weapons is pretty rough. Problem is, like, massing Pixie Spears is probably a pain in the ass, so maybe this is too cute. Nice that they have, like, 3, though. So you can also repel with them. And as they get more fatigued, it becomes easier to crit them. If they get over 100 fatigue, you get, like, 1 in 6 chance of critting. And then it's, like, kind of like bink, 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 and you get the thing killed. How else would we fight these guys as Pyrene? It would probably be some... Well, We probably wouldn't use Frozen Heart, because I think that... I don't know if Cold Resist helps versus this. Maybe it doesn't. But internal damage is what we're after. Maybe this would still be the plan. I mean, what seems weak about Niefelheim is not like what we're bringing to the battle, so much as the research speed. Because we have to pay a lot for research. In general. Now we have Drain 2, which gives us magic resistance, which makes us more resilient to stuff like Frozen Heart. And various things just trying to single target giants down. Because this is a really expensive unit, right? Very, very strong versus AoE stuff, but versus single target will be a little bit weak. We still might want to go... We still might want to go Cold 4 as well. If we just, if we value enough the extra prot on these dudes. Cold Resist helps versus Frozen Heart. Yeah, so we... Huh. I mean, as a build, I kind of like this a lot. The thing is, we're just going to be slow on all the research. What turn is it? Turn 20. How much research do we have? Not that we've been playing super tight, but we have like half the research that Pyrene has in our multiplayer game. Although we are also sitting on 3k gold, so like mistakes were definitely made. But yeah, it's a matter of we need gold for more forts, for more mages. Like going... I don't think I like the idea of going more scales, considering magic is going to be something that hurts us, and our guys have really high base research anyways. I wish we did growth 3 in the Pyrene game though. I think that would have been good. Why don't we take a little bit of a look at the Agartha build that we were working on. See if we can't touch that up a little bit. I think being able to go underwater easily, and also I think the amphibious and in-cave stuff is just like together is just so strong. So let's take a look at what we were working. Agartha idea. Okay. So our idea here was we're gonna go in prison, but we go weightlessness. And we have really low fatigue on our sacreds. We recruit anywhere sacreds, they have a decent amount of encumbrance. And this also makes our guys better at thugging. But we don't have any forge bonuses. Maybe weightlessness is just bad, but another idea is we could cast Earthquake. Because we have the floating trait, and underground, it would probably be pretty hard to attack us, because Earthquake is really strong underground. So this is part 1 of the idea. Part 2 was, we're size 4 plus, because we're size 6, and we have length 4 spears. Gonna be able to repel really well. So, idea was to get Blood Surge and attack for the repel. Maybe we could go Righteous Wrath though. I kind of don't like Righteous Wrath on the guys who are that big. Size 6 is kind of rough. But let's treat this as a starting point and see what we can do. Yeah, we have one option for growth scales. But in principle, I like the idea of, I think if you're underground or underwater, you are more likely to hold on to your provinces for longer, so it makes growth better. But maybe weightlessness is too cute. I think there's a reason we didn't want to go larger. I think our other troops are size 4. Yeah, that was it. So when we have a smattering of these troops, with these, we get 2 in a square, but we could recruit a bunch of indies and go with size 7 guys. And we'd get 30% more life, so we'd go up to 52 life. And then our attack skill would be much higher, because we're taking a bunch of attack, and then that would allow us to repel. Do we have a summon? Niefelheim, we also had some summonable sacreds. We didn't really take that close a look at them. Illwinter seems really strong, though. We would have needed... We would not have a good way to cast Illwinter, I don't think. We didn't have anyone that was blood and water. Are these guys sacred? No, but they're amphibious. Worth noting. Also, 70 life is a lot. They shape change. I think these might have been the sacred ones. These guys are size 6 though, they're huge. These guys were not sacred. Oh, one of the reasons for going re-invig on... I remember now. One of the reasons for going re-invig on these guys is it makes the Mind Blaster unit a little bit better. Ton of heroes here. Is there a hero for Nephilheim that has blood and water? No, there's not. That's what we would want. I guess that's how do we cast Illwinter with our current build? And the answer is kind of we don't. It's almost 1 AM here, and I have work tomorrow. Go to bed. Oh, people voted to banish. Oh no, wait, they switched. They switched to let him stay now that he says he's gone. Performative, what is the word? Clemency. He's leaving anyways, so swap the vote. Is there a way for us to solve that? Other than just... Well, actually... How much was Illwinter? Okay. The solution's pretty straightforward, actually. We take a Gaija, who rolls +2 blood. And then we give her path boosters. And then we just empower her in water. And then we try and keep her safe somehow. Because I think from Blood 3... One thing that is unfortunate about our current build is we do not have a means to boost that easy. Like we can't go Ring of Wizardry, Robe of the Magi, these types of things. We can do Coin of Meteoric Iron. But there are plenty of blood boosters that we could give the Gaijas. This actually would be a solid one anyway for them to have. Then there's like a little dagger thing. Right. I think there's also another armor one, but can't wear 2 armors at once, right? So we would need to roll 3, but then boosting water to 3 is not too bad. We'd be able to do that. As USA in Victoria 3, what's the best way to annex Mexico? What you do is you have an event to annex. You have an event to annex the Oklahoma, the reservation. I forget what they're called in Vic 3. But when that event fires, I think, is when you do this. You transfer all of Mexico's... You subjugate Mexico, and then you transfer all of Mexico's locations. Or states. You transfer them to the Indian territories when the event fires, and then you annex all of it for free. So, subjugating Mexico is the best way to do it. Because then you can follow that up with Zero Infamy annexing all of it. Yeah. But I guess we'll end the poll. I guess it's moot now. Yeah, so we have a plan. We have a plan. We could do that. Try to think my way through this build a little bit. I think it's kind of okay. I think we're probably missing the plot somewhere. I don't know where it is. Well, I think weightlessness might be missing the plot. And I think larger would also be really good for us. I think in retrospect, I think I kind of prefer going even on this if we can afford to, which we probably can by doing this. But if like all of our opponents prefer a particular scale, we'll scale the other direction. Indian territories? Yeah. Thank you, Jimmy. Annexing of Oklahoma fires when you colonize all the Midwest, I think. Do I need to protect it or puppet Mexico? I thought it was like protectorate or dominion or vassal. Oh, I forget. Whichever one lets you transfer all their locations over. I forget the nomenclature. I know if it's the opening tier 1, you can't transfer them locations. They won't agree to it. But what you can do is you can transfer them a bunch of locations, or you can transfer them locations of yours to make them loyal enough for allowing you to reduce or increase their the rank, or whatever it is. I forget the names for these things. To increase the rank of your subject, the subject rank, and then from there, you can then transfer everything to Indian territories, and then just re-annex the stuff for free. But I forget how exactly you need to open it. What if we... I mean, I really like that we would get no fatigue. Let's make sure we're on the right thing. We are. This gives us 5 fatigue cost. So, reinvigoration lets us do that longer. And the more that we have, the less weightlessness is going to be useful, except for just making Earthquake incredible. Which maybe that's like a good enough gimmick. Take a look at Earthquake real quick. Thanks for the info, you're welcome. Earthquake. 3 gems required, evocation 3. Really good if we're on the defensive, but we're taking them imprisoned. But does a bunch of extra damage. And no effect on flyers, floaters. Oh, it's such a nice gimmick though. And it kind of fits with what we're trying to do, because we get to keep the attack up by not getting fatigue. The thing is it's a lot worse if we're already grabbing reinvigoration, because it's... I think these guys just straight up don't generate fatigue then. If they kill something. Because they're taking half the effect from their armor, you round down, that's 3 encumbrance, and then 2 points of reinvig. And then 1 additional point from this. This might be better. Oh, well, I mean, maybe it's better, but it's more expensive. How's that more expensive? I guess. So if Righteous Wrath is active, we'll have +3 strength. Or +3 attack. Blood Surge active, we'll have another +3. Have up to +9 attack. Which is going to make the repel very nice. We'll have the reinvigoration, kind of preventing us from losing the penalty, so we'll only have 2 encumbrance on our guys. And then that will make it so, like per 100 turns, these guys in 100 turns would generate 100 fatigue, and so they would fatigue out at that point. Right? Sorry, they have 50, so how many turns? We could fire 10 times. Normally, with 3 invigoration, we could fire 25 times. To be fair, we can fire 50 times if we add a little bit more, but if they kill anything, they'll get 1 reinvigoration. So maybe it's 30, 35 turns, and that seems like enough shooting. This might not be the best chassis for this anymore, though, because we're going for... Oh, he's giving us a couple things. We're not really needing to get anything too high rank. We could go for this guy, who's going to be good for the research. And he might make more sense now. We need to get Earth. I think that we don't need Water Death to break into too much. We gotta break into these, though. And then, man, we have a lot of points left. I mean, this lets us... What do we get death, but... Oh, we get fire, too. We get water. Death, fire, water. We have to get this at 4. Don't need air. Or actually, we do need air. Death, fire, water is what we get. So we can skip on death and water. Oh, and then we want more candles. Yeah, okay. I think that we want a little bit more candle than that. Is there a way for us to get 1 more point? We already have Adept Researcher. Maybe we like this? Oh, we certainly would like it, but I meant this. These guys cost a decent amount of resources. There's generally a lot more resources underground, though. And we have stuff to offset this. So yeah, maybe it's this. Lacking a good way of getting an additional max growth. But I like this build a lot, too. Up to 9 attack. If stuff's not killing us, Righteous Wrath won't be online. But our stuff dying is a lot easier to trigger. One of the reasons I don't like Righteous Wrath, though, is it's not giving very much per square. Like, if we have a size 6+ units, which we do, when one of these guys dies, they're only going to be rolling Righteous Wrath for 4 other units. And it won't be online all the time. It is a big amount of points, but we could just do this. I mean, we currently almost have enough to have those guys firing infinitely, but we could just say we're gonna have +5 attack, bro. I extracted all the stats for some tags and units in my free time for the sheet. Amazing. All stats and some tags. Is it formatted in such a way that it would be easy to add tags after as well? I guess maybe format's not what it's looking like. Well, that is very excited. What nation are we doing now? I had to go to work. Taking a look at Argartha. An idea I had. So this is one idea. It is perfect. Can you send that to me on Discord? But I initially wanted to try and see if we could get growth 3 on Agartha, but it just doesn't make sense. This is a build where we have weightlessness and it makes Earthquake really good, and this is kind of was the starting point. But then I was thinking that this might be better. I suppose we don't need the poison resistance. I think I wanted the poison resistance because we have earth magic, we have water magic. We have earth, water, and fire magic. So we could get all the other resists through spells, but poison resist would be difficult for us to get through spells. And then the idea, okay, well, why are we going for attack and blood surge? What's this about? And reinvigoration too. Our idea was that, let's open up Agartha. Our idea was that these guys are really good at repelling. They don't have a lot of attack. The problem is they're size 6. So we have to get something in the square with them, but somehow. That's a problem to solve. But with +5 attack, they're 14 attack, and then plus another 3, there's 17 attack. So... oh, let's also show the main point. They also have length 4, weapon length. And since they're over 4 plus size, it's going to be length 5 for the purposes of repel. So they're going to repel like everything. I think you can only repel people once a round. Look up the rules for repel. But that's the first thought, is, and also we get to hit stuff, like, a lot easier. And if we kill something, we get, you know, increased attack, or, sorry, increased strength as well. Do have repel here. But if 1+ repellers, if weapon length is greater than the other guy's weapon length, we do an attack roll. And we can affect their morale with Frighten and other death spells as well. But certainly Fear would be nice, or Fear or Awe or something like this. But we can put that on our thugs or whatever. But the attacker roll, Repellee, they roll Repellee's defense value. Minus fatigue penalty, plus harassment penalty, plus DRN. So, we are looking to reduce fatigue penalties by having a little bit of reinvigoration. And if we keep doing these over and over and over again and they keep attacking, and they have encumbrance and we don't, it gets worse and worse and worse for them. But it rolls against their defense. So for every 10 points of fatigue, they're going to have an issue. And then there's a morale roll. And there's probably some good way to make them have to fail the morale roll, but this is going to mean anything with really high morale, like undead and stuff, is going to get through. So... oh, wait. Units low morale are more likely to be repelled. Possible to repel mindless units with really high attack. Defender gets 1 repel roll regardless of the number of attacks with of that weapon. So this is maybe the issue, is we basically will... they have to roll to hit us. If they hit us, it's not a guarantee. Then we get a chance to repel them. The issue is if they have really high attack density, repel will get worse. So if they have an attack density of 3, if they have like 3 guys in the box, and we have other chaff in there with us, then I think we can rumble and we can figure something out. And so I think that one of the things for us to do is, I don't think we want size 4 units. I think we want size 3 units in these square with these guys. So I think if we want size 3 units in the square with these guys, we maybe want to take larger. Go up to size 7 and just get a ton of extra stats for relatively cheap. Because I was thinking these guys, we pair together, but it's really nice to being able to wade through and displace the other units. And these guys, size 6 can't displace size 4 guys, but they could displace... size 7 could displace size 4, but they can't occupy the same square as them. Dread for morale check for rebuff. Repel Agarth is good. Yeah. Curse of Stones gives fatigue to moving units. Interesting. So I guess we could do that, yeah. Also, reinvigoration lets us mass these guys. I don't think we need 5 reinvigoration, but once they hit 50 reinvigoration, they can't use the or 50 fatigue, they can't use the weapon anymore. We have 3 reinvigoration. If they bink Blood Surge and have it active, we get 50 shots. I think that's probably enough. But this was kind of thought. Larger would be nice if we could squeeze it in. Now that I kind of think about it a little bit more. Wow, wouldn't it be nice if we just had way more blast points? Yeah, it would be nice. Okay. Because the extra HP kind of into it. Notably, we don't have blur, even though I kind of like blur in general. Oh, I think larger is baby bait. You have a good attack plus weapon length with Awe, Petrify, Vine Shield, Eye Vengeance. If these trigger, you won't get a harassment penalty and you will get repel better. Awe, Petrify, Vine Shield. That'll make repel better, but that's more for the thug, right? Would awareness be nice to reduce? Oh, we could go awareness. We're still only repelling once a round. But that would help us to not get fatigued out. I think that, or to keep getting the defense penalty. I think we could tolerate eating a ton of defense penalty, though, with the repel. The problem is we need an army setup where that we have something that is sharing the square with this guy that is somewhat chaffy. I mean, there's a lot of ways to solve it. The question is, what's the best way to solve it? Give me my Bebric's guard. Bebric's guard with these guys would be that would go so hard. I like that unit a lot. But we have these guys behind just casting Mind Blast a whole bunch. You can give Awe and Eye Vengeance with a Bless. It's 8 points. That dramatically changes this, but our mage's all sacred. Well, we even get the cross path. Earthfire has a cross path evocation that's good, right? These guys is all sacred. Length 3, Great Cub is also going to get to repel. I think the Fire Astral. Yeah, the Unbearable Splendor. This Bless is so expensive. Someone was trying to convince me earlier that it was really good. I don't know, this is so many points. The thing is I feel like we already have like 14 points semi-locked up. There's not a way to generate more points. Unless we're... Oh, this is a math thing, isn't it? How valuable is the Awe at increasing you not getting attacked relative to more attack? I do like the attack because it makes us killy too, though. These things don't have tremendous... Well, I guess they have okay damage, but getting +3 attack and with us having Pierce is kind of nice. I wish we had some... Oh, these guys have magic damage? Holy shit. I think if you're doing Awe, you do Awe Dread, but if you want to do Stat Bless, you skip Awe. That's... I mean, I feel like I have to... I think it's just like... There's not enough points to do everything. And with this, we get an Imprisoned guy with decent scales. I think if we were taking, like, an Awake guy, or a Titan or something, then that'd be much more appealing. Really hate the chassis choices here, though. I think this is kind of what the play would be. I don't know. I'm really keen on the underground guys, though, in general. The guys who get income multipliers to forts underground. So, I think Agarth is probably better than Pyrene, too. I don't really know. It's like, there's Pyrene. I don't think Abyssia gets... Oh, Abyssia does, but not as big. Abyssia doesn't really have characteristics I like in a nation, though. Like, they're very unidimensional. Calum... Or sorry, Yomi. Yomi also does. Yomi's also relatively unidimensional, although maybe I just don't have a good evaluation. Cheap Balba, I think, also gets a bonus. Agartha is one of the ones that gets 20%, though. And Agartha's got some stuff that Pyrene does not. Let's just, like, put it like that. We have a much better research monkey. Guy's gonna have 38 upkeep. It's very nice getting Fortune Teller on a guy who's also decent research. You just lose access to nature. I mean, you trade magical paths. But you get Recruit Anywhere Sacreds. Just overall, this seems like it's better. And you get, everything's amphibious. I guess you lose out on resist is kind of the big one. Abyssia is bad. Yomi is good, but Dione can be a trap. People focusing on the summon. Sacred can be a trap. People, like, focusing on the summon Sacred. Shikome. Yeah, I won't say what it is, but I know what the Yomi player and the multiplayer is, like, blesses. It's a little bit spooky. So... I don't know if it's unit summons. I mean, I guess it's maybe... Well... The baseline idea is... We just... mix them with these guys, because these guys are size 4. And maybe that's just the solution. Like, however many of these guys we have, we need at least that many of these guys, and then we put them in the same unit together, I guess. I really prefer the way the units move a lot more when you put the smaller guys in front and the other guys displaced to walk through them. But then we would need to get larger. And, like, larger seems like giving up a lot of stats to get larger. Maybe that's okay? We don't have a good way to give poison resistance otherwise. But this would be the idea, I guess. Just put the size 4 behind and they will walk into the square. Oh, you're right. I'm being stupid. Not stupid. What's important with Pyrene is that the size 6 guys are really squishy, so you really don't want to just have them in front and then have the size 3 walk up. But our size 6 guys aren't squishy here. So yeah, that works. Still... This still might be better, though. Oh, well then we really can't use the size 4 guys. But these guys would do 27 damage. If they have Blood Surge active. And they lose out on 1 attack and a... Oh wait, what else did we cut? We cut 2 attack and 1 reinvigoration. So instead of 3 plus 3 attack, or instead of 5 plus 3 attack, it's 3 plus 3. So if they kill one thing, but they're better at killing things. But their base attack skill will be 12. Ugh. And we don't have heroism. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know which one I think is better. Larger or 2 attack, a reinvig, and a heroism. I don't know if you were here for it, Sluggo, but we were also talking about weightlessness. Or like there was an earlier build where we had weightlessness on it. Which this is kind of cute. Idea was we can do Earthquake for big damage. What if we went Drain? I'm not sure I like this more, but it's an idea. 21 Pierce ignores some armor. They will hurt whatever they hit. Never tried weightlessness. Well, I think the fact that we want reinvigoration for these guys, at least some amount of reinvigoration, kind of makes weightlessness feel a lot worse. But it halves encumbrance. Also, I think weightlessness would be just kind of better on Pyrene. This was an idea. Because when you're giving your guys like really heavy equipment and they have like 8 and you have a forge bonus and you're giving your guys equipment and then they have 8 encumbrance or some shit, this is effectively the equivalent of 4 reinvigoration because it halves the penalty from armor. It doesn't help out with spellcasting, and it makes you immune to Earthquake. I almost want to drop Blood Surge and go for larger and attack. Well, Blood Surge is making it so that the reinvigoration is kind of nice for these guys. Oh, these guys aren't going to kill anything. I do like 3 reinvigoration, making it so that... Because I think massing these guys is also an idea that scales pretty well. They also are cold resistant. These guys have any resist? No. These guys at base get 10 shots. With 3 reinvigoration, they will get 25 shots. Maybe they don't need that many shots. How bad are they in combat? They're size 5. Yeah, I mean, I guess we really don't want them in combat. We actually don't even want them to walk up. How much encumbrance do we have here? With 3 in reinvigoration also, we don't encumber that fast. Olms also have cold-blooded. Penalties they get will be ignored if they have 10 cold resist. They already have 5. Is it additive, though? I don't think it's additive. I don't think, I'm not sure if this works with encumbrance, though. I don't think it works the same as like encumbrance. I don't think this is variable. I think it's just always 5. Oh, what am I thinking? There's baseline 1. It's additive? Okay. I forgot also there's... This does mean we need... We don't have access to air magic normally. We somehow need to get water. Shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. How are we doing that? Okay. So we could just do that instead. I like this better. It's like spellcasting encumbrance. Well, I forgot there was baseline 1 reinvigoration, so if that does work, then this will give us 50 shots. There were Dom 5 meme builds around making them useful in melee. Yeah, I don't think we're trying to do that. Unfortunately, we will make the Olms size 6, which we'd kind of rather not, but I mean, they get more life. So we'll get like 8 more life, I think, is the way the math shakes out. So 36, I guess that's kind of okay. And then we'll be extra cold resistant. Our Olms will get 50 shots. If this is correct. We could maybe just go for... the extra attack over the... one of the reinvigorations. And then our Olms would get 25 shots instead. 25 is a lot of turns of combat. I think I like this though. We actually have some lower paths, though. We have a few level 3s. What if we did, like, this? That's 2. Ah! I feel like the math is somehow calling to us to be able to find more points somehow. I mean, we don't have Astral, right? I don't know about making ourselves really easy to mind hunt, but... Oh, it wouldn't actually help us any. Yeah, this might be the thing. Almost not occupying space with larger as well as other arms is good actually. Evocations hurt less due to them being spread out. I guess? So would 3 reinvig let them fire forever? It would let them fire forever, but that seems gratuitous. Right? Because we're getting 1 effective reinvig from the cold res, 2 from here, and 1 base. Ulm. Oh, Drain will let them resist the Ulms. An argument for magic. We can't afford it. But... or can we? We could go 4 candlesticks. I think that seems a little bit silly considering we have I'm gonna like lean on our dudes. Our sacreds. Only a drain 2 though. Was it half a point? Is that the way it rounds? If it's half a point of magic resist, I think that we actually like taking drain 1 here. Do this and drop the turmoil. I would get the extra point of attack. Wouldn't make making us more Mind Hunt resistant and then just getting... You get more attack if you get, like, experience. The first point of heroism, I think, is just way stronger than the subsequent points. I think we might have already had one titled 4th Agartha idea. Okay, we don't get the last point of attack. We could go for the disease resistance too, so there's a little bit of flexibility in this bless if we need to get something specific done. Also really love that we have magic weapons already. Do our Ulms have Spirit Sight? I feel like they would, right? Just thinking of, like, against, like, Ubar or something. These guys just have Dark Vision, but they have Dark Vision 100. Do you need a whole number? Some of this stuff rounds and some of this stuff's whole number. I forget exactly which one's which. Oh, you're asking Cookies, not me. Womp womp. The truth is. Kind of interesting we have a ranged unit. I don't think we have a lot of ammo, but... yeah. So... I think this is probably a little bit better than Pyrene. Pyrene's nice and flexible, though. I like a lot of the tools we have. I like that we have the forging. But I do not think I would want to fight the the sacreds that are... Oh, I guess I kind of want Blood Surge back, though. But these guys, 40 gold, they're going to have over 50 hit points, they're going to have 52 life. Hit for 24 damage plus extra piercing damage, and then, like, have fun hitting them. They're gonna have 13 attack and repel everything. I guess that doesn't seem super insane, but the longer the fight goes, that also favors them. because the extra reinvigoration. I guess an argument for another point of reinvig over the cold resistance is keeping these guys from fatiguing out. And the reinvig's also better on the mages. But getting cold resistance on everyone's kind of nice. I guess it would just... Which one of these is good, better would depend on what the other players are. But I think we're going to wrap up here. So, we took a look at this, kind of got some ideas. We also had some ideas for the tree that I think were good, that we liked as well, for Niefelheim. And kind of like them just fine as an option too. Trying to solve like the scaling issue of them having really expensive research. And to be fair, we could roll decent indies. This is possible for us to roll indies that could research pretty well. Although it's harder with the Drain 2 scales. But I think covering a lot of weaknesses here. But I do think I like Agartha decently. They got some strong stuff. They don't have Blood or Astral, I guess, is the issue. The same as Pyrene. There's a lot... in early ages, it feels like Blood and Astral are a lot more rare, and in Middle Ages and on, it's like much more common. And it feels like you have to generally pay quite a bit for access to those in other aspects of your nation. I guess Niefelheim seems kind of okay in that regard. I wish they had more unit variety, but they don't. But I think I will depart and see about that spreadsheet data. Mainly because I have to use the restroom and I want to get something to eat before I do it. But I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, we're on YouTube and Twitch. If you want to cross-subscribe and or follow this type of thing. And yeah, have a good one, you guys. We'll say bye to the YouTubers first. And then we'll see if... Tarkus was streaming earlier. If he's still